Ladies and gentlemen, the depression block continues with a game about the Great War. So, that's probably depressing. I mean, I don't know. It's not. Sorry. It's a random comment that means I just don't know what to make of that. Gotta finish setting up my announcements. Just give me a second here. Announce. Okay, one of these days I'm going to hire an actual secretary. That's never happening. I will never make enough money to be able to hire a secretary. I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to the people who funded this, which include, but are not limited to, Tastenhauer, Scottish Warrior 92, Migraine Man, Dopefish, Pesnator, and the person who put this on the list, Silver Mask, who is also one of our majority shareholders, alongside Papaneeks. All of you, thank you very much for keeping the show running, keeping everything going and functioning, and allowing me to buy pizza later today, which I'm actually going to do. But I refuse to say thank you to Command & Conquer 2. That's just a step too far right there. I can't do it. I can't do it! Especially not for hitting the 2-year club. Thank you, Command & Conquer 2, for 2 years of support. Always appreciate. Thank you. And I suppose if you know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. That anniversary sub. I don't know what's up with my accent this morning. I know I'm still catching up. In fact, I am so far behind on announcements, we're going to have to start doing some of them live tomorrow. Because I do not physically have time unless I just don't stream today. Because I still have to go through the Summer Game Fest, the PC Gaming Show, the Capcom Show, and the Square announcement. You can tell me I'm not going to care. I mean, no offense. It's just, it doesn't matter till I get there, you know what I mean? AC Valhalla. You got it. You want to get an FF7 for the first time. Okay. So, you're leaning towards playing the remake because the graphics are jarring. Cool. So, if the graphics put you off of FF7, I don't blame you. But let's be very, very clear. The remake is not a remake of FF7. So if you want to play FF7, your only option is to play FF7. That's it. Now, having said that, if that is too much of a barrier to entry, then that's fine. I understand and expect it. But I'm just letting you know, your only option for playing FF7 is to play FF7. You can mod FF7 to look worse. Better. In my opinion, it actually looks worse. But there are mods to change the graphics in ways that some people might qualify as better. Hey, Mega Skullmon, Spockman, it has been a minute. I'm just tired right now, don't mind me. Last night's stream went on rather late. Both of them, actually. So, and they announced Dragon's Dogma 2. Woo! I wasn't a big fan of Dragon's Dogma 1, but I'm happy that they're working on it for the same reason I would be happy if they were working on a new Breath of Fire or a new Mega Man game. Because Capcom has an unfortunately common habit of looking at their IPs and saying, nah, we don't care about that. So it's good to have them care about something. I hope the people who like Dragon's Dogma are rather happy about that. The one footage I actually do plan...
August 1st, 1914. After the assassination of Prince Franz Ferdinand of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire declares war on Russia. Because of established alliances, France is preparing for conflict. A few hours after the announcement of the general mobilization, German civilians living in France are asked to leave the country. Karl is one of them.
Oh, this is a Ubisoft game, by the way. Did you know that? Why doesn't she go with him? Yeah, the Great War was a mess. If there's one thing you can take away from it, the Great War was a mess. So why doesn't she go with him, Yacht? None of you have answered my question.
A few days after Karl was deported, the war was hungry for more and took away Emil as well. A heavy-hearted Emil was called up to fight and left the farm for Samuel. Like so many others, he had no idea what fate had in store for him.
Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Why, Mike Kamano? Most historians I know actually prefer to call it the Great War instead of World War One. It's one of the reasons I myself have that habit. Got into that habit. Okay, so hang on. I'm 3 subs behind here. So first of all, thank you, Darth Tyron, for your sub. I will put that towards Tor. Give me a moment. We'll be talking about tomorrow. Thank you, Nithrius. As always. That's going towards Fell Seal, Arbiter's Mark. And thank you, Silver Mask. Very much as always. And I will put that towards Bioshock 2. I mean, nothing's great about it. That's kind of the point. I mean, do you think Peter the Great was a great guy? That's not how that's used. June 28th, 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, is assassinated in Sarajevo. As a result of me running out of dry mouth, as a result of the chain of diplomatic and military alliances in place, the event launches Europe into an armed conflict with the involvement of colonies took on a global dimension. One of those interesting little questions we tend to debate amongst the back when I used to actually circle history people, the history community, was which was the first World War. We all agreed it wasn't World War One. It was actually one of the ones prior. It's just which one qualifies, and so forth and so on. Anyways, so August 1st, Germany is on Russia. August 3rd, Germany is on France. August 4th, Britain's on Germany. August 11th and 12th, France and Britain declare war on Austria-Hungary. Battalions comprised of a battalion headquarters and 4 companies, a total of 1,007 men. That's interesting. Companies were composed of 4 platoons, in turn divided in 4 sections, each of 12 men, commanded by an NCO. Britain was slow to mobilize on the Western Front. Half its divisions were overseas with a genuine fear of invasion. Infantry divisions were held in reserve in Britain and not included in the British Expeditionary Force. While conscription only came into force in 1916, voluntary enlistment was initially overwhelming, with 750,000 men eager to show their patriotism. The outbreak of the war, each country was eager to dispatch its army in situ as quickly as possible to gain the advantage. Railways were essential for mobilization and supply, something the French learned pretty badly during the Franco-Prussian War. By August 1914, the British realized the importance of rail in war efforts and dispatched Royal Engineers to the front line to build new railways. By 1917, 40,000 enlisted railway soldiers were working for the railway in France and Flanders. In the early fighting, the German army made swift progress. After invading Belgium, they marched on Paris in late August. French troops retreated en masse, and units were outflanked and repelled, taking prisoner or killed. The month of August to September 1914 marked the bloodiest period of the war, with 180,000 French casualties alone. The French authorities described the debacle as an organized retreat. The war to win over public opinion had begun. Okay.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais, ma Mathilde? Fais-le-moi! Fais-le-moi la goutte de ma venue! Mais t'en es fait de mêler, moi! Par là, et toi par là.
That's an interesting way to do that.
Soldats, au beau crayon. Allez, allez. Prends-moi le biniou. Venez, mon sang. Bien. Quel côté? Venez, mon sang. Range bien. Lâche-moi le fruit. On recule.
These are really bad controls.
Eh bien, soif. Archie.
Yeah, I might have to plug in the controller for this because these are terrible controls. Man. Noise alert.
Bravo, madame.
August 12th, 1914. I started training at military camp today. I can't help thinking of Karl, who's probably doing the same in Germany. The declaration of war has created havoc. I hope Marie and the neighbors manage to finish the harvest in time. So we are not playing Karl right now. I'm not sure who we're playing, but we're not playing Karl. We can rebind. Which is good, because yikes.
Garde à vous. Bonsoir. Porte le couleur de la flamme.
My dear Marie, we are on our way to Paris. The atmosphere here is strangely cheerful. I hope that the harvest goes well. Rely on our neighbors for help. They've always been gracious and charitable people. I'll write again as soon as I get my assignment. Please kiss my little grandson for me.
At the train depot in Paris, trying to reach his regiment at Platform 21, Emile would meet the man he would soon fight alongside. The man who would come to be his truest friend.
Allez, calzoli!
Bread and wine. What more could you ask for?
Hey, arrête-toi.
Oh, non,
By the way, if you're paying attention, this is essentially the third point-and-click adventure game we're playing in a row.
Ouais. Mais pas les ouais. Hey, hey, oh.
Thank you very much. I'm Freddy. Where are you from? USA.
I hope we'll finish it today, Evo, but we'll see.
August 21st, 1914. Emil's regiment was sent to fight against the 71st German Division led by Baron von Dorf. The general cheer of the first hours dissipated into the fear of first combat.
Bataillon, en avant, combat! Généraux, bataillon, vive la France!
Miss Marie Chillon. Private Emile Chillon from the 150th Infantry Regiment was wounded by enemy fire on August 21st. He has been captured by the enemy. Hopefully, you shall receive news from him soon. Freddy, originally from America, enlisted voluntarily in the French forces at the start of the war. Behind his bravery hid a man already devastated by the war's effects. A man with one sole obsession: punish those who had destroyed his life. It was at the Battle of the Marne that Freddy finally picked up the trail of the regiment commanded by Baron von Dorf.
Come on, go.
August 12th, 1914. At last, I can't wait to get fighting. Maybe it'll ease some of the pain I feel inside. I think it could manage without the narration evo, but I think for what this is going for, the narration's mandatory. Or I could die. Let's see what I was doing. That's appropriate. Hey, Uther. Battle of the Marne. Drawn up long before the war, the von Schlieffen plan aimed at swiftly overrunning France via Belgium and northern France. After the August debacle, on September 6th, French troops turned to face German troops in the decisive Battle of the Marne and prevented the capture of Paris. The battle was the first time the Franco-British forces managed to halt the German advance and thwart the main German battle plan. The front retreated northward and stabilized in December, when trench warfare began in earnest. 128 Americans enrolled in the French army from the start of the conflict, mostly in Paris, including the poet Alan Seeger. The majority joined the Foreign Legion and took part in the Battle of the Marne. Others joined the Air Force, which later became the Lafayette Squadron. 24 gave their lives for France, including Alan Seeger. The media attention they received in the United States played a decisive role in their own country's decision to join the war later. 3 years later. The Great War demonstrated the technical progress of the age, symbolized by the machine guns. World War I devices could now shoot up to 200 bullets before requiring cooling, or perfectly integrated into infantry attacks. German machine guns' deployment on the front line gave them vast superiority at the start of the conflict. Flags were a powerful symbol for each unit, and once captured became trophies. When overrun, soldiers took the time to hide or bury them before being taken prisoner. With the arrival of trench warfare, flags disappeared from the battlefield, and only made an appearance at military ceremonies away from the front. Soldiers did not have sat-nav to pick their way through the countryside. The only tools they had were a compass and an HQ map. Orienteering duties were the reserve of officers and non-commissioned officers. They're not good, Crazy North. Even switching to controller, they're still kind of weird. Like, really weird. It's hard to explain. I'll probably get used to them at some point. I mean, rebinding isn't going to help it. I still have to hit 3 separate buttons in order to accomplish a single action. That's what I mean by weird. I do like the art style, yes. Like, it's hard to explain, but pick up, aim, and shoot, for example, are 3 separate buttons for some reason. Hammered it. Good checkpoint. It's okay, we don't kill anybody. Household linen was precious and often customized with embroidered initials. Contrary to received ideas, embroidery was not exclusively a female pursuit. Many POWs embroidered during captivity. September 6, 1914. My dear parents, I'm doing fine and the weather is good. I hope everyone is well in Bedurkheim. Our progress is swift, we shall soon be in Paris. What do you want me to bring back as a souvenir? Yours, Gunther. It depends on how far they decide to go, even. No, this is a little bit more of a puzzle platformer.
Thanks to support from British forces, the German plan failed. The front line moved back to the north, and with the arrival of winter, froze. Soldiers holed up amid a vast labyrinth of trenches and tunnels that would become the indelible image of the Great War. Karl's regiment retreated to the outskirts of Neuve-Chapelle, the same camp where Emile was being held prisoner.
Between 1914 and 1918, over 6 million men were taken prisoner, including 1.2 million Germans and 200,000 British troops. Despite the 1907 Hague Convention, the efforts of the International Red Cross, prison conditions and forced labor proved harsh for conscripts, and hundreds of thousands of people never made it home. Letters remained the only real means of communication with the outside world. Radios and telephones were only used for military ends. All soldiers wrote to their loved ones back home. As war correspondence was free of charge, this created logistical and financial problems. 10 billion letters and postcards were sent to and from the front during the war. The early war postal system was chaotic, but then the front was then separated into sectors, each with its own post code. The visit from the military postmaster was eagerly awaited. March 10th, 1915. British shells literally rained down on German forces. For the first time, the technique creeping barrage was used, a barrage where the fire of all the units target the same position for a period before advancing one line at a time. The infantry's advance was synchronized at a safe distance behind this barrage, so German lines could be overrun. That day, 530 cannons fired 216,000 shells. That is to say, one shell per weapon every 2 minutes. No, I am not okay. The Great War always gets to me. It always has, and it always will. In the early 20th century, Great Britain and France governed huge colonial empires and put them to use during the war. Indian troops were deployed by Britain in the Middle East as well as on the European front, and made an important contribution to the war effort. Many victories were achieved thanks to the bravery and discipline in combat. A monument commemorating their sacrifice stands in, I don't know how to pronounce that, Nouveau Chapelle, something like that. Mud. Trench life was difficult. Soldiers were confronted with cold, rain, mud. Dirty water meant diseases such as dysentery, typhus, and cholera flourished. The depth of the mud also presented dangers, and soldiers sometimes drowned in shell holes or in tunnels leading to the trenches. Explosives. French fortifications required the use of explosives. To penetrate enemy lines, long tunnels were dug under no man's land beneath enemy trenches, inside of which explosives were placed. The English used cordite, a powerful explosive that could be detonated at a distance. Actually, hang on. We spent another day walking. We heard cannon fire for the first time today. I don't want to have to kill. I must stop thinking about it and get some sleep. Missed them by a whisker. Won't happen again. My younger brother's letter was sweet. It gave me a real boost. It's good he's back in the States, miles away from this nightmare. That kid has a knack for getting him in trouble. And hey, we actually can read these ones now. The bells all over Paris started chiming at 4 p.m. this afternoon. It was eerie. Somebody in the street told me it was for the troop mobilization in case Germany declares war. I'll write to father to find out what's going on in Belgium. It feels strange to return to Germany. At least Emil can take care of Marie and Victor. Things should calm down in the months to come. It's also meaningless. Emil, right there in front of me, sprawling on the ground. Why did his regiment have to come up against mine? I hope he pulls through. He's one tough cookie. I must find out what POW camp he's been taken to. After Carl, it's Daddy's turn to leave. Why'd they have to call him up? Was it enough to expel my dear sweet love from these lands? Why do they want to put Daddy in uniform? He's too old to fight. And now they've left me all alone at the harvest on the way and Victor to take care of. That letter gave me such a fright. Poor Daddy. He's been wounded and taken prisoner by the Germans. I don't know if he's seriously injured, and if he's being well taken care of. I've been told prisoners are allowed to receive letters. I shall write to him tomorrow. Today the Germans invaded Saint Mihiel. Fortunately, the troops spared the farm. I took shelter in the cellar with Victor. Now what's going to happen? I was going to say, there are places where we still have pockmarks of the Great War. Today, it has been over a century now. It's a weird thought, isn't it? It'd only been like 70 years when I was born. Thank you, Jesse's Mask. I will jot that down towards Diablo 1. And thank you, Mr. Red. as always. No, I never actually played Battlefield 1. And that will go towards Hyrule Warriors 2. You know, you want to make a World War I game that is first person. You're making a sniper game. Think about it. Is that better, Mortal? Sorry, I'm jotting down notes. Come on. Oh, I see. Do our job for a second here. That's funny.
Thanks to support from British forces, the German plan failed. The front line moved back to the north, and with the arrival of winter, froze. Soldiers holed up
Unskippable.
in a vast labyrinth of trenches and tunnels that would become the indelible image of the Great War. Karl's regiment retreated to the outskirts of Neuve-Chapelle, the same camp where Emile was being held prisoner.
Like I said, let's do our job for a second.
Hinterhand Mallet. Hippa, Clips.
I mean, it really does, Mortal. You can tell this is a bit of a passion project, but, you know. Even though photography was not widespread, many soldiers had their photos taken before setting out for war. Professional prints were developed on photo paper and applied to a hard backing to prevent tearing. Some photos were directly printed as postcards, especially group conscript photos.
Emile, huh? Cow! Ah, cow! Marie, est-ce que ça va?
Dearest Papa, we live in a climate of uncertainty. Germans use the people of Saint-Mihiel as human shields against the French bombings. I hope the Germans treat you well, and that your wound has healed. Your grandson sent you kisses. I sent you a picture of him. All my love. Please write soon.
Verdammt! Adieu, Karl.
Keller! Mesdames cause! Roger! Jammer dem Kurz! Schlapp her!
Stuff like this is why I say this is a bit of a point-and-click adventure game, by the way. It's a little less irritating and stupid than most point-and-click adventure games, but that's the structure of one right there. With some light platforming elements thrown in. No, I'm kind of with you, Black Malcolm, but you see what I mean. Like, it's definitely built with that kind of structure in mind. Hey, boy. Good doggy.
Merci. Vas-y. Allez, viens ici. Ok. Viens. Ici.
What do you want me to do again? Whoa! Other than drop my controller.
Allez. Allez, viens ici. Ok, viens. Allez. What? What? Allez, viens ici. What?
Okay, seriously. That's just a straight up bug. It was not accepting the input on the controller, so I had to type it on the keyboard. Apparently we get hints now.
Schnupper mal Skulga ab. Schwander nicht links der Blunderknochen. Nehmt mal den Würfel!
The music choice is fascinating. Did you notice that? Mostly upper chords with resolving sequences, which I know that's not what any of that's called, but I don't care. As I've said many times, I can analyze music, I just don't know the terms. But the point is, what it pulls is a sort of lightly whimsical tone, almost adventurous, to try and mask the fact that if you pay attention to anything in the background, what you're seeing is a whole lot of corpses. Good boy. Reminds me of one of my favorite letters from the Great War. And it was, insert date here. The war was supposed to be over by now. That's it. That's the letter. I don't know who Owen Wilford is. Oh, I'm not much of a poetry person. I don't like poetry.
What? What?
Okay. I mean, I've probably read some of his stuff. I'm just not a poetry person. Thank you, Sonoshi. Very much as always. Although, hang on a second. Wow, that is a 5-year sub, isn't it? My goodness. Let me bow a little bit more. Thank you again, Sonoshi, for 5 years of support. It's kind of weird to think about. Very, very, very much appreciated. And welcome to the 5-year club. I will put that 5-year anniversary sub towards the Dragon Age block. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. And we're dead. Game's definitely getting a mid-mission checkpoint positive. It's pretty much instantaneously right back into it kind of a deal. Lace Tightener, made by Corporal Lucian, I'm not going to pronounce that, great-grandfather of someone else I'm not going to pronounce, from a melted-down cartridge case. Lucian served as an electrician in a searchlight division whose mission was to illuminate enemy positions. Many thanks and congratulations to our winner, Benoit. Benoit? I know. I don't have a way to get up there, but oh. I actually have read All Quiet on the Western Front. Ignore the skeletons in the background. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay, what? What?
course he's a good tool. He's a dog. I don't mean that in any way as an insult. He's a dog. The majority of soldiers believed in God and some wore symbols of their religion. War officers had to make provisions for different religions, and a variety of religious ceremonies was performed at the front by different faiths. Priests, vicars, and rabbis offered succor and compassion to soldiers. Muslim soldiers from colonies were organized into separate battalions for practical reasons, and their beliefs were also respected. Halal food was provided, as well as Muslim funerary services. It's okay. The real question is, how long has that bone been separate from whatever it came from, Luthor? God damn it. Now, see, this is a sad song, Hazardous. But it's funny because what it actually is a song with an uplifting tone being dragged down by both tempo and the strings accompaniment. I don't think so, actually. I might have. Doesn't sound familiar. I haven't actually studied the Great War in a good 20 years. Not really. I spent a long time digging into it, though. At one point.
What? 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 Yeah. What? Yes, you are.
That's interesting. You know why dogs are the best? Because they can teleport. Obviously.
What? Okay. What?
Stop moving. Stop moving.
The British troops continued their attack on Neuve-Chapelle.
Neuve.
Their next objective, take back Port Arthur.
Sir. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Okay, we got the Clippers. Supposedly they actually reached out and got voice actors from each area to do the various voices. Yep. You said 3.
Okay, I don't mind, but go on.
That's actually 4, my bad.
Get it done. Oh, give me that. I do harder. Get it done. What do you mean, kid?
Oh yeah, definitely more of a puzzle game, as I mentioned earlier. We happen to have wire cutters.
Merci, mon ami. Ragnar. Carl Louis von Nerf.
Yeah, come this.
Amidst the never-ending attacks and counterattacks, Freddy and Emile hunted the elusive Baron and his regiment in Ypres.
Welcome to Belgium. Yeah, I could say this game already has better gameplay than the last game we played.
On April 22nd, 1915, chlorine gas was used for the first time by the Germans.
Battle of Ypres. Hang on, let's get somewhere we're not hearing choking. It's not gonna let me, is it? Okay. We just need to endure. We just need to endure it. That can't be right. I was saying, no, it's just gonna straight up kill us. I've never been able to properly explain why the Great War hits me as hard as it does. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But it does. Every time. Thank you, voice of authority. I will put that towards XCOM too. Thank you. It's like nukes. No, I know that sounds so stupid. There's a few things that just get to me, and I can't properly explain why. Nuclear fire and the Great War are two of the big ones. I can't explain it.
On April 22nd, 1915.
All right, now we can skip. I'm gonna have to get rid of that negative, which I'd be okay with.
What? Stop. Go.
Battle of Ypres. This was a key strategic town in Belgium, especially for the British. It was the gateway to the north and thus to Britain. Canadian troops were deployed in the front line and proved their endurance and dependability in combat to allies. 6,000 Canadian lives were lost in the battle in April of 1915. April 22nd, 1915, at Ypres came the first gas attack in history. 5,730 cylinders of chlorine gas were opened by the Germans in favorable winds. Chlorine gas caused burns to the eyes, skin, and lungs, even through clothes and rubber boots. The effects were devastating. The only defense found by the Canadians was to cover their noses in urine-soaked handkerchiefs. Zeppelins were invented in the 1900s. In 1900, by the German Count von Zeppelin, but the first long-distance flight didn't take place until 1908. Zeppelins weren't much slower than aircraft of the period and were first used in reconnaissance. They could also fly at higher altitudes, so from 1915, they were used to bomb civilians in London and Paris. It is estimated that by 1918, Germans had employed 30,000 dogs, while the Allies employed 20,000. Dogs were recruited from dog pounds and police force, while many families also enlisted their pets. Dogs had a number of roles: sentries and scouts, postal liaison, and equipment transport, locating casualties and explosives, and as mascots. The main breeds employed by the German Shepherd were the German Shepherds, Doberman Pinschers, and Bouviers. What a day. My life was saved twice today, first by an American soldier and then by a dog. But I'm free at last. I saw Carl before the bombing. Hope he made it out alive. I'm going to try to find him. On the march to Belgium where this damned regiment is stationed. I'm not alone, at least. I met a funny old French farmer guy, Emile. Doesn't say much, but if I understood his son-in-law is German. How crazy is that? Not a day goes by I don't dream of you. At last I found Emile, just moments before the shells started flying. I hope he managed to dodge the bombs. The letter he showed me fills my heart with joy. Marie is well and Victor's growing up, and that's all that matters. Yeah, it's the little things.
Hey, what?
We got puppers.
What?
Not that I'm aware of, as it is.
What? 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 Hey, what?
Oh, there we go. Canadian ID tags. At the start of the war, Canadian ID tags were formed by large aluminum discs, which is because they were an emergency issue and had a unique shape. They were soon replaced by standard British tags, as were all those of the British Empire forces.
What?
No? Okay.
What?
Come on. thank you, Jesse's Mask. Very much. Yeah, I've heard the argument before. Not going to say what I feel about it. That the Great War was necessary. A global shock to the system. Just kind of smacked most of the planet out of the, what I call the era of the Casus Belli, which had endured for a very long time at that point. And I will put that towards Thief 2, Jesse's Mask. Thank you. Yeah, essentially that, Loner. Which is just... That's what it is, I suppose. Oh, nothing was going to prevent World War II. Okay. Nope. Not going there.
What?
Nope. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the goal.
What? What? Hey, Archie.
Good boy. Now, please tell me you can teleport back up here. Come on, teleporting doggo. Yeah, sorry, Red Alert's been lying to you all this time. It's not actually a historical documentary. Until I change time and make it happen, but I mean, that's just kind of how that is. I don't... Yeah, I think you're right. I think it wants me to go down, not up. And teleporting doggo. Yeah, okay. Already get Mr. Reds? I did not. Thank you, Mr. Red. As always. No, we actually need to kill Mr. Red's father. Wow. Hitler's father. After Hitler's born, preferably. That'll make everything work out perfectly. No, this is how they dispense the gas. It's perfect. Everything makes sense here. But yes, I'll put that towards Guardians of the Galaxy. And thank you, Silver Mask. Always appreciate. I will put that towards Bard's Tale. No, Red Alert's dogs are pretty mean, though. They could instantly kill troops.
Hey, what?
What's that do? Redirects the gas. Here, don't die, puppers. Listen, we all know this equally simple solution to stop World War II. All that has to happen is I have to go back in time, conquer the entire planet.
What?
Then we'll be good. Everything will be fine. Come on. Really?
What? Huh? That way. What?
Okay. Don't worry, Time Traveler's Exemption Clause. I got this, Hasdus. As weird as it may sound, I tend to find what-if historical debates kind of meaningless. I know that sounds strange since it's such an extraordinarily common topic, but the problem for me is that there's too many variables, right? Like, what everyone in chat is talking about right now is a good example of what I'm talking about. Okay, you kill Hitler. What about the other 700,000 variables that led to World War II? Right? Yeah, exactly. History is just too complex. Now, if you want to do, like, a Red Alert thing, that's fine. Like, because Red Alert isn't really a what-if. Red Alert's a let's have fun with it. And I'm fine with that. But, you know. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Horse. And that I'm fine with. I don't get what I'm trying to accomplish here, but we're just gonna go with it. Come on, please. Good boy. Good boy. I'm gonna be really sad when this dog dies. You know what's gonna happen. Like, you know it is. Okay, so that needs to be set up in advance. Ready to go.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
And we, underground, with all this chlorine, are fine. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us. You're cool. Where's my dog?
Reveal, let's go.
Hang on. Give my dog a sausage really quick. There we go. Because I think that dog deserves a sausage. I don't know about you. Okay. Come on, Peppers. Gas canister deployment strategies were simple, but did depend on the weather, especially in the winds. Gas use required a constant downwind towards enemy lines to avoid gas returning to sender. Any battle plans were therefore dependent on weather forecast. Yep, we already read this.
Reveal, hurry up.
I actually unironically like the voice acting in this.
What?
What do you got, boy? A Belgian shako. The Belgian army's distinctive shako resembled a top hat with a rim replaced by a visor. It was replaced by the cap, a soft cap with flaps that could be pulled down over the ears. The cap was called the because Belgian soldiers massed behind the river in order to hold off the German advance. Now to say, you think the weather forecasts are bad nowadays?
What? Help me, Emil!
Working on it. I'm sorry, I actually need this. Good boy, good boy. And then he dies. The end. I already tried the bone as a lever. That didn't do anything. Yeah, no, the I don't want to call it Simlish, but it kind of is Simlish. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that didn't work earlier.
Thank you, my friend. You in? Don't worry, friend.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough German or French to gauge those. Time was an important factor in soldiers' lives, and military strategies for attacks and rolling barrages were based on tight, chronological synchronicity. Pocket watches were the only way to tell time. But yeah, no, the voice acting is almost assuredly going to get a positive. I'd be amazed if it doesn't. Whoops, wrong button. Hello? What?
Her name was Anna, a Belgian student living in Paris. She was hard on the trail of her missing father. For once, fate smiled on them. They were all going in the same direction. But while approaching Vimy, a German squadron spotted them.
So, Silver Masks asks an interesting question. I've commented a few times that music and gameplay are more adventure game than what we're doing. And do I think that does a good job to mask the horror? I don't remember the proper psychological term for this, but I like to call it the puppy effect. Named after a dude who used to do discussions on very, very, very dark topics and very serious topics that people were uncomfortable with. And he made a point of always having a cute dog in the room while doing so. Why? Well, you know, hard topic, hard topic, hard topic. And then he'd roam over, lean down, scratch the dog for a bit, and just talk about the dog for a minute. It was a way to force the people taking in the essay, essentially, the teaching, and let them have a moment to mentally process by giving them that kind of a breather, right? A ironic form of pacing in real action. What I'm trying to say is that I do think, no pun intended, since we do have a literal dog with us, that the way they're presenting this very dark and very serious topic is absolutely that kind of a thing, the puppy effect. Trying to make it a little bit more swallowable, palatable, whatever you want to call that. Speaking of which, this is also one of the reasons I tend to dislike Grimdark Works. Because Grimdark Works usually tend to forget that you need something other than the Grimdark. Otherwise, it just becomes noise at a certain point. Something I've talked about several times. Way too slow on that one. Wasn't actually looking at the screens, that's my fault. Hang on, I have to bow to Evo. I know she prefers it when I bow. Bow now! I like how the shadows actually go under the car's tires when I do that. Pay some kind of attention here. What is this, a Sonic game? Come with me and we will escape from the city. Ba, 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 ba. Thankfully, she's a good driver. Correct, Hasbus. Probably, at least in part, why I'm not worried about this, but... Well, he's dead.
Ça va aller, allez. Emile, allez!
Don't worry. I've got a dog. That's not even a joke. Me and Puppers have got that. What do we name the dog? So Evo is putting that towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you very much, Evo. I do always appreciate it. And she says, bow! And I bow, of course. Horatio! No. We're done. His name is Horatio. If you get it, you get it. From Hamlet? No. Well, that's why you like Bloodborne and I do not, Hazardous. Even ignoring personal preference. Yeah, Walker gets it. Even ignoring personal preference, Hazardous, the fact remains that if you just keep doing Grimdark over and over, it stops meaning anything to me. It's like, okay, and you get dulled to it, and it becomes pointless. It's the same thing with anything. If it's just horribleness all the time, you stop caring. I stop caring. Franbo, excuse me. Horatio was a bore, thank you very much, Shishki. The very bestest bore. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the Bloodborne Part 1 Bloodborne highlight reel went live. I hope you appreciate that, Mr. Ed, because I didn't get any other work done this morning other than watching that. That's all I got done this morning. Didn't even do my full exercises. Let's just leave that as is for right now. Between the sides, there was an imbalance in trench conditions. After securing a head start in trench construction, the Germans reinforced them with iron and concrete, while the Allies had to wallow in mud. The Allies' changeover policy maybe contributed to this. Allied soldiers had 7-day shifts in the front, whereas German soldiers were allocated a specific zone for an indeterminate period, giving them a chance to settle in. That is the dumbest name I can think of, Octus. That's true. Vimy and Neuville... God, I cannot do French. This place were two positions the Germans were quick to fortify. Here they built the Labyrinth, a complex network of trenches and tunnels connected to underground sleeping quarters. Allied armies unsuccessfully attempted to seize this key position on numerous occasions. Due to the huge number of casualties in late 1915, the position was declared impregnable. Memorial to the Moroccan Division. The Moroccan Division, whose motto was No Fear, No Mercy, combined soldiers from across the French colonial African and Foreign Legion. The division included Moroccan Zouaves and Tunisian and Algerian infantrymen. In 1915, the division seized Vimy Ridge, but in the absence of backup from Battalion HQ, were forced to retreat after 2 days. The Moroccan Division is the only division whose flags were decorated with the Legion of Honor. Naval cannons. Naval cannons were capable of firing heavy-duty 800-pound shells. Due to their weight, they were mounted on special rails for transport to firing platforms. In the event of a retreat, artillerymen were instructed to destroy the cannons rather than let them fall into enemy hands. That's what we're looking at. Hey, Flag End. It's almost as heavy as I am, Uthor. Oops. Thank God. Alright, so, next game we're playing on the list, I believe, is Space Marine, where we're going to glorify violence and beat the crap out of everything.
Hey, hey. Pásalo.
That didn't work. That is what I was trying to do last time. But it didn't seem to have succeeded. I actually put Space Marine after this very much on purpose. I figured it would be a good way to completely shift tone from this game and the previous games. Why would I kill my own dog, von Falkenstein? Well, now the dog's getting killed. Yeah, exactly, mortal. Alright, whatever. Going backwards. Oh, hello. Why does... Okay, whatever. Oh, thank God. Alright, on to Space Marine. Every time I die, we get to move on to another game. That's how we get through the queue quickly. Fire up Bloodborne, right? Or some Dark Souls game. And every time I die, I get to move to the next game of the queue. Just like that. There's actually a speedrun category, or not category, it's more like an event like that. Where it's like, you speedrun a game until you die, and then you immediately move to the next game in the queue. But the further you get in a game is like more points. So the goal is to get as much playtime as possible, and then finish first. So if you just die, well then, you know, you don't get anything. Who could die the quickest? Have you not seen my speedrun of Die Hard? Any percent? Okay. Is he gonna shoot the... Okay, he's not. I honestly, that didn't occur to me because the thought of getting that poor puppers dead was a little bit too unacceptable for me. Come here, come here, come here. But Puppers is alive, so we're okay. Thank you, Horatio. Tell you right now, the only reason we're ever going to survive is because of the fact that we have a dog. God dang it. That's awful awkward. Although no hit runs and no death runs are a thing. I forget her name, but there's this one woman on YouTube who does no hit runs of Mega Man games, and she's done Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 so far. It's exactly as horrifically nightmarish as it sounds. It took months in several cases to get through some of them. Oh, almost assuredly, the game's going to try to kill Horatio, and I'm not going to be happy about that. I don't think anybody's going to be happy about that, except Hazardous, because he's evil. But everyone else is going to be unhappy about that. And we're dead. Well, Valerian's just hungry, so, you know. I love how many tractors they're using on the front. No, really, that makes so much sense, doesn't it? Periscopes. To observe enemy trenches without drawing fire, officers and soldiers would use periscopes, mirrors mounted in a tube that could be raised above the parapet with no risk to health. It's like Golvig. There's a great risk to health. Okay, back. This is a sneaking mission, Snake. This also goes back to that old idea of you don't go after medics, and something we actually talked about recently, and honestly, I'd rather just leave that topic alone if that's okay. Because, I mean, you know... Listen, hundreds of thousands of people are dead, Golvi, but really? Really? If that pupper just dies, then I'm just wiping out humanity. That's it. We're done. We're going to Thanos it. Thank you, Golvi. As always. And if you do want to put it towards something, do please let me know. If you think about it, it actually makes sense that they wouldn't pay attention to a dog. Picture Star Wars for a second. If you're in the middle of the front lines of some kind of lines and there's a droid, an Imperial droid, wandering around an Imperial camp, do you think anybody would give a damn? Or would even notice? I mean, come on. It's just a pupper. A German dog with a Red Cross thing just sitting there. Nobody cares.
What?
Yeah, nobody notices the janitor. Why would they? I don't know. Hitler served in the front line, although I don't think he was out here this early. Horizon 2. You got it. Give me one moment. Jot that down. Done. Then thank you again. Listen, janitors can only do 2 things properly. 3, excuse me. They can dispense hidden wisdom, they can spy, and they can conquer the world. Whoops, I did not actually mean to do that. Game? Oh my god, it's doing that thing again. Stop that. There we go. Okay, so now we stealth again. Good boy. Because they're an environmental hazard, mortal. I mean, because they're just that loyal to the German Empire. Which is what it would be at this point in time. Good boy. Good boy. Here's another sausage.
What?
There we go. Knew there was some. The infantryman's flask. Soldiers frequently suffered from thirst, raise eyebrow, and water supplies were far from regular. All soldiers had canteens in which they transported water, and also wine. Some had flasks or goat skins, which were less heavy to carry. You know what? I agree with that silver mask. Let's get this boy a cardboard box. He'll be fine. Me. Nothing to see here, officer. Nothing to see here. Well, that's a problem. Hey, Primarch. Oh, you're from Toronto. Well, be careful, because the next time you wake up, you're going to be in an underwater base in the future. Oh, he just left Toronto. Well, yeah, obviously he's not going to wake up in the future. It's going to be other him, but you get the idea. It's going to be Primarch 2 will be the one who wakes up in the future. You gotta keep up with this. Alright, jot down some notes. Don't mind me. Damn it, Primarch 3. He's the worst one by far. Here, let me update the HUD with where we're at right now. I know that feels weird, but so many of the things the game is doing right from a narrative axis are how many positives are it going to be kind of scenario. So we're going to do this. And this. No, I have not, Flagam, sorry. Grayzador says, what did it say about humans that soldiers have all been more willing to kill humans than animals? You know, real talk, I have no idea. I know that sounds strange, because I myself buy into the, let's call it what it is, meme at this point about that. How many of you have seen Pitch Meeting? It's a YouTube series that you should watch. But there's one he did, which was a pitch meeting on, and I suddenly can't think of the name of it, John Wick. Now, John Wick itself kind of falls, and by kind of I mean absolutely falls into this, but even during the pitch meeting, the whole point was, yeah, everything's fine, and yeah, the wife's dead, everything's cool, and then the dog's killed. And there's just this moment of producer guy going, what? And it's so true. How many of you, real talk, how many of you, when you saw John Wick for the first time, were like, what? When the mafia dudes, when the gangster dudes just kill the puppy at the beginning of the film. Spoilers. It's just a thing. I don't actually know why, though. No, I really don't. I'm not a pet person. But then again, I'm not cool with killing in general, unless killing is awesome, in which case, well, I just gotta kill everybody.
Hey, anyone! Don't stürzen! Hallo.
Who's a good boy? Die, monster! You don't belong in this world. Oh, I'm dead. Let's try that again.
Hey!
Die! Ah, no.
There
we go. Now die, monster! That being said, you know me, I tend to get really, really pissed off when you go after civilians. That's a thing for me. So I suppose I do understand in the strictest sense of the word, because what everyone else has to puppies, I have to civilians. A vial of nevrosethine. To combat the problems of morale... Oh my god. Morale and physical fitness, army doctors sometimes distributed nevrosethine injections, a composite of magnesium and potassium, intended to give weary soldiers a hearty boost. Can we help this guy? Good boy. Good boy. Did you know Red Bull was invented during the Great War? I don't remember Amelia Clark's eyebrows. Truthfully, I don't. But anyways, I bring up the civilians thing for a deliberate intent, because I feel like it might be the same general thought process. The thought that it's not okay to kill an innocent, right? So, you know, you have an innocent little puppers. The innocent little puppers dies. Well, that's not cool. All these people, these are soldiers. Now, it doesn't work that way, obviously, but this is theory. Like, I'm just speculating on why people tend to be this way. I've actually been impressed with the puzzles more than I thought I would be. Oh. Good morning, Roman Cure. If you kill the big bad wolf, well, then you're going to be in trouble with Snow White. Good boy. How could Horatio possibly be perceived to be a deserter? He's doing exactly what he was trained to do. Help humans. He even rescued that guy just now, exactly as he was trained to.
Sepia.
Yeah, exactly, DJT. I'm sorry, it's the civilian thing. Some people don't understand the civilian thing. It really irritates me on such a fundamentally personal level. You're not supposed to touch civilians. You're not supposed to deal with civilians. Just, no. That's a line, right? And yeah, it's pretty much exactly what Amelia just quoted. The civilian didn't sign up for this. Now, I know. There are several soldiers who didn't sign up for this too, but, I mean, you know... Wander Song. I don't suppose you know if that's actually already on the list, Roman Cure. Oh, what's your backup then, Roman Cure? Because I've never actually heard of that one. I'm telling you, this game already has better gameplay than Soma. Just across the board, really. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Nothing to see here, officer. No, I know, Crazy Norse, and I am not cool with that. I actually talked about that in all things, my Babylon 5 ruminations, because Sheridan tends to think similarly to me when it comes to military. Remind me what it is, Roman Cure, because I don't remember right now. And thank you, Walker. Very much. I will put that towards Demon Souls. I mean, what is there to talk about, Hazardous? Actually, I should probably mention something. Why not? We're covering the Great War. Some people have actually probably been wondering. I haven't got any questions about this, but some people have been wondering, excuse me, why it is we haven't talked about the Ukraine situation that's going on right now. And the answer is not what you're probably thinking. It's not because it's controversial, because it's super not. I haven't heard anything that would approach controversial topics when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. It's entirely because most people have, and this is something that's happened, have specifically asked me to not discuss it because they want this to be a safe space where they don't have to think about it. So if you're wondering, that's why. There's other things that would be relevant as well, but that's the big reason. I mean, that's the other side of it, Uthor. I mean, part of the reason is I was actually doing some research in order to talk about the economic side of things, because there is a whole economic side of what's going on here. But again, people asked me not to, so I just kind of let that go. So, Roman Cure. Wonder Song is not on the list. What's your backup? Thank you for typing exclamation mark backup. As is its point and purpose. Where's my dog? No, we're always accepting things new, von Falkenstein. But that's why the backup system... I mean, just read what... Nobody reads what Nightbot says. We put that command in there for a reason. Just go look at what Nightbot says.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm a little bit amused because we ran into that problem yesterday. With people being like, what's the point of a backup? And weren't actually, reading the backup command, even though we listed it 3 times. You know what? You're right. Nobody pays attention to droids. You got me there, Hazardous. XCOM Enemy Within will put as the backup. You got it, Roman Cure. Thank you for being part of my show. What? There we go. What we got over here?
What?
Thank you. I drink from a ham. I'm not sure I believe you, but I appreciate the thought, regardless. No, Walker. No plans at the moment. Something we're going to talk about tomorrow, that both Star Trek Online and Tor are going to happen. And, well, the only question is when. And that's what the discussion's going to be about. Yeah, soonish. It's going to be added to the existing queue. The only question is where exactly it goes in the queue. Ah, hello. We will be reviewing as much of Tor as we are physically capable of being, as is the usual approach. Oh yeah, Chorus 2 is going to get a full, in-depth, amazeballs rumination. It's going to be amazing. I'm fine with adding Silk Song and Dragon's Dogma 2, although I'm going to have to wildly estimate how long those games are, because, we know absolutely nothing about them. What? One moment, please. Ironically, we might not be, Pika. I am pretty far behind on news right now. One moment, please. Oh, that's why. Okay. That makes more sense. I was a little confused there for a moment. Has there been a movie Lamentation? I don't remember. I mean, Nemesis was a lamentation. I don't know if we labeled it as such, but it was a lamentation. I'm not sure elsewise. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Evo. What's really frustrating is how common that is, too. I get why. Doesn't make it any better. Die, monster! He's a German, so he must be a monster. That's how that works. He's the enemy. You just hang out there, puppers. I'll be with you in a minute. Sorry, die, monster. Listen, that propaganda poster told me all kinds of things, and I've based my entire life around propaganda posters. It hasn't led me astray yet. I mean, there's idiots everywhere. That's the simplest and easiest way I can say that. There are idiots everywhere. Doesn't matter what country you live in. Doesn't matter what time you live in. Morons be morons, yo.
What?
If you would, please. I like how that German soldier's just like, okay, I know we just talked about how they're cool with the puppy, but that puppy just grabbed that key and just pulled it out right in front of him. I just... Hold on. There you go. Ugh, it's another dog stealing keys. Whatever. It is a trained medical dog. Knows what he's doing.
What?
There we go. No, bumpers. Okay, hang on, one more left. It's okay. I don't have to throw grenades constantly. That was part of what was throwing me last time. No pun intended. That'll do. I'm good. If you would, please, puppers. Thanks, Horatio. Good dog. More sausages. Every time he does something good, he gets a sausage. That's how it works. Every time he does something bad, he doesn't get a sausage. I know. It's harsh, but it's fair. Really hazardous? Alright, let's murder people.
Skin are bad.
Baron von Dorf had escaped again, but Emil had still managed to find medicine for Freddy.
Thank you, my friend.
They were quickly back on the road again. Their journey would take them to Reims, where they would at last pick up the trail of the elusive Baron and his Zeppelin.
Yeah, the documentary-style narrator was a good choice. I mean, the Baron is functionally the video game bad guy here. I'm sure you've noticed that. The connecting thread behind the stories they're attempting to tell. Like, you noticed that, right? I almost guarantee you the Baron will be the final boss. Because the story is just about... This is the Great War. And people who are trying to survive it. With some video game-ness, too. Puppy effect. It's okay, Notre Dame will never catch on fire.
Je vous en prie.
That's an interesting question, Mr. Red. I mean, war sucks. That's how war works. Reims Cathedral. The city of Reims suffered during the war. September 19th, 1914, as the Germans retreated from the city, they set fire to the cathedral. Then, as the city was so close to the conflict zone, it was bombarded by zeppelins and cannon fire. During the bombardments, the statue of Joan of Arc in front of the cathedral lost a hand before it was dismantled and stored in the catacombs. By the end of the war, only 1,500 inhabitants were still living in the city. With practically all able-bodied men mobilized at the front, women, children, and elderly were employed in factories to ensure weapons production. Women took on traditional male jobs, some even held positions of responsibility, and this new role changed their status in society, and in the wake of the war, women over 30 years old were given the right to vote. The Women's Institute held its first meeting in 1915, with the aim of encouraging women to become more involved in food production during the war, and the movement flourished. Advertising brochures. While the war raged on, life continued back home, and brands still advertised their products. Naturally, soldiers were used to promote brand image and boost sales. This brochure is advertising war bonds to help the government finance the war effort. Ah, war bonds. There's a topic I hope to never discuss. That's a whole thing right there. And we're dead.
Voilà, vas-y.
Merci beaucoup.
He's a medical dog. What? He is trained to drag people away from danger zones. That is actually his fundamental training. I think I need to do this again.
Merci, ouais.
Really? Overalls. Overalls look really gross. But practically all able-bodied men were mobilized at the front, but production still had to carry on. Women took over men's roles in factory and other traditional male positions, working for much lower salaries. Some even held positions of responsibility and were involved in decision-making. This new role changed women's status in British society. Stay there, boy. The next thing, a woman will be allowed to be seen in public! Now, I'm an idiot and forgot to give the dog the thing before going through all that. So stay there for a sec, would you, bud? So, go back over there. Hang on, hang on. I'm stupid. Hang on. I do this all the time when it comes to puzzle games. I solve 3 steps ahead while forgetting the first step. Here, come here. Come here. There you go. Good boy. Don't worry. I'll get you those sausages, I swear.
Hey, what?
I mean, next thing you'll know, women are going to take all the streamer jobs. Could you imagine? No, but I used to read from reverse angle. I'm just weird.
What? What?
I don't know why I said angle there, but you get my point. I used to read in reverse. The safety razor was an early 20th century invention and shaved more safely than the barber's blades. In 1917, safety razors were standard issue in U.S. soldiers' kit because we noticed that gas masks provided more effective protection to shaved faces. It's actually interesting, as shaving was considered a luxury for a surprisingly large amount of human history. There are entire parts of history or wars where being able to get a shave was considered a big deal for soldiers on the front. Thank you, Ross. If you know what you want that to go towards, please let me know. One moment. Firewatch. What the hell is Firewatch? Well, it's on the list, whatever it is. So you got it. Done. And thank you again. It's actually funny, because I can only speak for me, of course, but when I don't shave, it actually is uncomfortable. Like, it irritates my skin. And it's unpleasant. So, it's a discomfort thing, which is a minor thing, but it is still a discomfort. So, you know. Can I think of a game that would get the garbage tag without being a lamentation? No. Lamentation is actually a step up from garbage. No, I have not. Silver Mask.
What?
So Von Falkenstein says there's a phrase combination I stumbled across in English works. Would you mind blah? And the answer is yes, but not meaning. It's because the question is phrased in a, I guess that would be a positive light, but actually is intended in a negative light. It's just another example of English not being meant literally, because there's a lot of examples of English not being meant literally. No, Primarch. FF14 1.0 would absolutely 100% be a lamentation.
What?
No question. I already answered that question, already answered that question, already answered that question, already answered that question. Based on the current queue, will you get to Hollow Knight, Hades, and Outer Worlds before July? I have no idea. Is that the max you're willing to hold them back? No, I actually have a note. Although, I don't have Hades on that list. No, I do, never mind. Hollow Knight, Hades, and Outer Wilds. They are also all supposed to happen in July, and therefore they will happen in July. I forget why or how, but it is on my scheduling list.
Copy.
There we go. God, I need 2 more people. Well, that guy's not going to help, so let's see what we got up here. Listen, you need to watch Minions because it's a terrible film that nobody actually likes. Here, kiddo, I got you. How'd you get? Early gas mask. COVID joke. While gas masks were more widespread in use in the front, they were also available to civilians, and in French towns close to the fronts, like Reims, they were fairly common. This early model was one of the first, comprised of a cotton compress doused in a neutralizing solution and applied to mouth and nose, similar to the British Black Veil.
What? Hey, that's you.
Also no.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, COVID joke. Did the list get fixed? You know, I'm not actually sure if it's 100% fixed right now, but it's there. I suppose I could check right now. Let's do it live. Here we go. We're gonna go check to see if the list is 100% fixed. Let's do it. Right now. Nope. But the list is at least there. The Days Since donation thing is part of the code. What it is not is being recognized by the website. So that's one half of the problem solved. The other half is still being worked on.
Hey, what? That's you. Oh.
I mean, they did some places, Silver Mask. I'd say, but you know how people are, but whatever. Okay, let's check some. There we go. I need something more serious than a ladle for this paranoid android. I need a puppers. To improve morale on the front, an association was created in France in early 1915 to provide succor and support from behind the lines for soldiers without close families. The War Godmothers sent letters and parcels forming close relations with their godchildren away from the front. The dog's name is Horatio, after the great Horatio from Far Cry New Dawn, if you didn't catch it earlier.
Oh, merci.
Oui.
Come on. Come on. Only occasionally I drink from a ham. After all, I plan to live forever. The breathing has been better. There's actually a complication, which I'm not going to bore you with. It's one of those, I would have never known it existed, except, you know, surgery was needed to happen for me to even be aware that the other problem existed. Probably never going to be fixed, that other problem. At least not until I take over the world. Oh, Far Cry New Dawn's a pretty crappy game. Like, legitimately. But Horatio was awesome.
On that smash!
Oh, I definitely breathe better. This is not the sound of me complaining. And we're dead.
On that smash!
Oh yeah, no, he should be turbo dead, but video game. I don't mind video games being video gaming. I really don't. Unlike some idiots, excuse me, developers, who seem to think that video games are a bad thing. There we go. He's fine. He's fine. Yep, rule of three. The funny thing is, the rule of three really does exist for good reason. It's a rare example of something not being artifact design, but actually having good purpose. Oh, okay. See, we only die in one, because we're not a baron. See, the way it works in the German military is as you level up, you gain more, excuse me, as you rank up, you gain more HP. So that's how that works. One moment. Yeah, it makes sense, Hazardous. Hitler was the highest rank, so he had the biggest HP. It's just logical. Just ask, BJ Blazkowicz. God, that's hard to pronounce. What game codified the rule of 3? Probably one of the Marios. I'm not sure which one. Damn it, Uthor. No, see, they're the exception that proves the rule. That's what that is. That's true, he wasn't a mecha. Well, this is why Hitler was put into the giant cybernetic thing with, like, quad chain guns for arms. What game codified the rule of 1? Something on the Atari. That's a good point, Hazardous. Do I like rhythm games? I've only ever liked one. And it's because most rhythm games tend to be eh. Unless you count Crypt of the Necrodancer and Cadence of Hyrule as rhythm games, in which case there are 3 that I've liked. We are currently in France, I'm pretty sure. In Reims. Almost positive. I already did that, right? Yes, okay. Cool. Alright. Can't catch those and throw them back, which is my first thought. But apparently we can, so never mind. We obviously need to throw it at these things. So hang on. A little closer. Nope. Good news is this one's still here. Bad news is we're about to die. Actually, right now I'm playing an American, which is kind of funny. Don't get to do that all that often. It's kind of alien to be playing someone who's loyal to the United States. It's boss music, actually. That's true. We're just fighting for revenge, although that's also an alien idea to me. But whatever. She's still the biggest badass in this whole story. Crazy driver. Do you know how cars drived in 1914? What's with the title screen? Chapter 2. Oh my god. Okay. I guess that was the intro? 9 months earlier?
Anna was training to be a veterinarian when the war broke out. The Germans were only 20 miles from Paris when she received a letter from her father. He was in good health, but implored her not to return home to Belgium until the war's end. Patience, however, was not one of Anna's strong suits.
Yeah, you ever driven a car that has really bad or no suspension or shock absorbers? It's, much, much worse than it sounds, if you haven't. And if you have, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I was driving an old pickup truck, if you're wondering. That was literally, physically painful. Never mind the other problems. Because it's actually harder to control, too, at a certain point. Oh, on a gravel road. I'm so sorry. I was doing it on a dirt road, which was either better or worse, depending on who you ask, but not great. Thank you, Savicon. I will put that towards Breath of Fire 3. Massive betrayal. Nah, I'm good, DJT. Oh yeah, so I guess we have to rate the intro. Hang on, so let's codify, since that was the intro, let's go and codify some stuff, shall we? 76 chapters. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. There's time to get my daily suicide in. Ugh! There we go. Okay, we're good. We've committed suicide. So we can skip games. That's how that works. Every time I die, I can skip games. Let's see here. We're quite literally already scoring better on the gameplay axis than like every previous game we've just covered. Including Mega Man Legends. Well, I guess Savicom. I'll put it towards Guardian, Last Guardian. I guess. Well, whatever. September of 1914. The German advance took them to within 20 miles of Paris. The government had already fled to Bordeaux and was expecting Paris to fall. In the north... There's a what-if for you. In the north, most of Belgium was occupied, but under the king's command, 75,000 soldiers kept... I can't remember how to pronounce that, and Yser out of German hands. September 6th and 7th, 1914. General Bob requisitioned 630 Parisian taxis to transport troops rapidly to the Marne. While relatively few soldiers were actually transported, 4,000 in all, 3% of the total number of men deployed in the battle, the impact on the public was huge. The event became a symbol of solidarity for the nation, and the Marne counterattack saved Paris from German occupation. This music. Inkwell. Ballpoint pens were not developed until the 1950s and 60s, so soldiers used quill or nib to write letters. Ink was poured into an inkwell into which, in order to provide enough ink, the quill or nib had to be dipped regularly. Anybody ever use an old style pen? Because I have. I actually still own one to this day. I keep it for the super important stuff I'm never going to actually have time to write. Just because I enjoy the pen. I don't know what to call that. I enjoy the pen. What do you want from me? Don't make fun. Okay, fine. You can make fun. I'll allow it just this once. Sorry, I forgot to story positive. Give me that. Yeah, there's a... I don't want to say this like an elitist person, because I don't have this art. But there is an art to writing with a pen from an inkwell, because it'll just get abso-frickin-lutely everywhere and cause speckles and all that, unless you know what you're doing, which of course I do not. Letter from a Belgian civilian in Paris. Dear parents, we fled our land before the German advanced to take shelter in France with the children. Unfortunately, the Germans kept coming forward and Paris is practically under siege. If Paris falls, we shall return to our home in League. Your daughter, Matilda. Do it, Kay. Do it! Parisian taxis requisitioned. Broken watch strap. A watch strap broken by motor crank handle. Before battery ignition was developed, motor cars were started by cranking a handle. As the engine sparked into life, the operator had to let go of the handle smartly, because the crank handle now propelled by the engine could cause a nasty accident. Listen, you didn't need that arm anyways. Fine, I'll do it myself. What's with all these wrenches? Jesus. Where's the triangle wrench? What's wrong? What's wrong? Here, I got you, kiddo.
Allez, courage. Va mieux. Courage, Nibo. Voilà.
Merci, madame.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to give the animation its own positive, too. It is surprisingly well animated for the simplistic style of art. Simplistic's the wrong word. Representative is what I would call this. Minimalist? That's not quite accurate, too. There's a lot of going on here. Look at this screen right here. Just take a moment. Take a moment to appreciate what they did with the cobbling on the streets. So they don't actually draw every single stone. What they do is they draw enough stones so that your brain fills in the gaps. And that's what this is doing. There's a lot of detail, but there's not all the detail. I mentally think of that as representative. I don't know what the proper art term is for that because, as usual, I can't remember any actual art terms. I swear I can analyze art. I don't know what to call it because I'm an idiot. If it's what video games would I implement for subject in high school? That's a damn good question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. But let me just answer this. Yes, I would absolutely say that there are certain video games that should be played in schools. And I don't mean that with any kind of hyperbole. And I'm obviously a little bit biased since I've been playing video games since I was 3. But I mean it. We talked about this before when we were streaming Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Do you remember that? Because in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, there's something called Discovery Tour Mode, which is freaking awesome, and I will never stop praising for how incredible it is. There are multiple examples of video games that I think would be beneficial for multiple different subjects. Honestly, yeah, I could see that, Silver Mask. You say Modern Warfare. I would say by the time you hit the high school range, if you are... So, like... Okay, hang on. Rewind. So here in the States, the entire school system needs a massive overhaul. Okay, now let's fast forward a little bit to when we've already overhauled the school system. Yeah, I think that something like Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, could and should be played by certain kids in certain classes, depending on if they decided. And again, probably the high school range. Again, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Origins. I was actually going to mention The Return of the Obra Dinn, probably because it's recent on my memory, because we've been talking about puzzle games so much. I was actually going to say there are certain management sims I think would be worthwhile for this. Something like Surviving Mars, which is very good about teaching you about how to manage resources that... I forget what that's called economically, but it's when you have multiple disparate resources that have to intersect with each other's supply lines. I actually think that something like Factorio... I haven't played Factorio, but something like Factorio would be good about teaching people general supply chains, how to produce. I think that there are plenty of games that would be good for historical stuff. Like, lots of games actually would be good for historical stuff. Just honestly, just going down the list, you know, I think there's a lot. And that's why I don't have a list for you, Don Crow, because the answer is just yes. But just like with my niece, I think it would be something that would have to be properly curated. Something we'd have to actually sit down and say, all right, hang on. Let's go down the list. Let's think about it. Let's think about what is acceptable for what groups, for what age range, for what classes, and really make an actual, honest-to-God list. I also think firearm safety is something that should be taught as part of the school curriculum. I mean that. I've said it before and I've said it again. What's the first rule of gun safety? What is the first rule of guns in general, actually? And I was taught that at an extraordinarily young age. By contrast, I know kids who did not know that particular rule. Never point your gun... It's been phrased different ways, but never point your gun at something you do not intend to shoot, is how it was taught to me, is the phrasing of that. And there's a lot of different ways to teach that, but they all boil down to the same thing. Never point your gun at something you do not intend to shoot. Because you always consider it to be loaded unless it's proven otherwise, and you always have to have trigger discipline, and there's all kinds of crap that goes along with it. But that core rule is kind of the fundamental of gun safety right there. And I think that's something that people should be aware of. Also, driving, in general, I think that the way that they teach driving kind of sucks, in general. While I'm on the subject, I should probably also mention that some basics of economic responsibility is something that should probably be taught in schools. I happen to be economically responsible because I'm an economics geek. I was into it. But how many people do you know who are responsible with their finances? No judgment, because they don't teach that crap. He's not here. Hi, this has been my TED Talk about how to completely overhaul schools. I've thought about this a lot. That's why I've got all this just ready to go there. Please forgive me. I actually took some childcare classes. Do you know that? They were electives. They were optional. That's actually another thing. I've noticed most people I know personally who were poor tend to be more financially responsible. That's not universal. So, you know, I actually know several poor people who are actually terrible with money because they've never had... So, you know, they grew up poor, and then they get tons and tons of money because circumstance and coincidence, and then they burn it because they never learned it, right? What the hell? I paused to actually write down a positive to gameplay. Oh, that's right. No, that's not what it was. What the hell was it? Good morning, Mother Mirset. What the hell was I gonna... It was a plus to story, and now I can't remember it. Oh, gambling. That's a separate thing. That's its own thing. Also, what's a very American point of view? Sorry, Crazy Norse. The fact that we need to have better education is a very American point of view. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. Was it animation? We were gonna give animation, yeah. That's not what I was thinking. So I've got another one I'll have to come up with. Yeah, the States doesn't tend to be very good about education. It's something that bugs the ever-living snot out of me, but whatever. Okay. Now the car is just broken. Cool. Well, okay, the real problem with the States is actually the... Let me walk that back. The real problem with education in the States is the problem with everything in the States. How good it is and how bad it is depends entirely on where exactly you are. There is such a thing as good education here in the States. And there's such a thing as horrible education, and there is everything in between. And that's the problem. I've talked about this before. I was actually very fortunate to go to a rich kid's high school. And, I got to do electives. I got to study things like TV productions and programming and networking. And all kinds of other fun stuff, because they happen to have that. I'll try in a second, Luthor, but I think so, yeah. What I need is a triangle wrench, which I haven't seen yet. Well, so, in case you haven't... No, I can't go out this one. I can go out here, but I can't go out here. In case you haven't heard me talk about this before, I've actually mentioned this before. Most schools here in the States petition the parents to fund the school. And you're probably thinking, don't they get money from the state? Yes, they do. But the money from the state is what we call the bottom, right? Like, that's the bare bones. So how much stuff, how many materials and supplies and all the things that are required to make a school have anything other than the bare bones, that usually comes from the parents of the students who attend that school. So... yeah, sometimes teachers actually fund it themselves. That has happened to me. Or to my teacher, would be a better way to phrase that. So yeah, like I said, I happen to go to a school for rich kids. Or rather, rich kids' parents. Parents of... whatever, you get the idea. Yeah, there's apparently a collectible I missed over here. Oh, there it is. Newspapers. The main source of information was the newspaper. Radios were in their early days based on tube technology, and television did not exist. On top of local and national news, a news section appeared in the newspapers dedicated to the events at the front. Some newspapers also published daily listings of POWs and war dead. It's a perfect system, Evo, with no flaws or problems whatsoever. Okay. Where the hell is the triangle wrench? Oh, I'm an idiot. This is a triangle wrench. Speaking of us being stupid, see? The American education system made me this stupid. Ironically, something that I have heard a lot in the YouTube comments on my show is how stupid I am, specifically because of the fact that I am a product of the United States education system. You know, essentially something to the effect of, Lore's a moron because he's an American. I hear that a lot. In fact, I've gotten a comment like that just a couple weeks ago. We are driving very fast if we're up here. What are all the barrels doing out on the road? Who tipped over a barrel cart? Ha ha, game. Ha ha. The music choice here. I mean, the last driving section was pretty good, too. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. What's funny is I kind of hate this song. I've never liked this song. What, the Super Mario RPG now?
September 7th, 1914. Taxis drove all night. Anna was proud to help the soldiers reach the front line. When Anna arrived at her destination, she discovered the horrible truth with her own eyes.
Well, hope you enjoyed that fun. So now we're on the front. The Hecatomb. The first 3 months of the war saw especially heavy losses. August 22nd, 1914 was the bloodiest day of the whole war, with heavy casualties, and the number of wounded far greater than anticipated, and military health services struggling to cope with the scale of the conflict. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a shock to the system. Whether it was good or bad is up to you, but it was a bit of a shock to the system. People were just completely unprepared for this on so many levels. Tactically, medically, in terms of logistics, in terms of the personal cost, in terms of the personnel cost. Nurses were the angels of the Great War and were generally volunteers recruited by the Red Cross, the Army, or American ambulances to work long, grueling shifts in hospitals both at the front and behind the lines. They played the role of carers, mothers, and confidants. They often feature in soldiers' memoirs or sometimes the sole companion in death. The majority were demobilized at the end of hostilities. And yeah, there's that tonal pacing again. They were starting to get those rules into structure, Mockingbirds. Specifics vary a little bit more than that, though. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Dieu vous bénisse, Valiant.
7 months went by. Driven by compassion, Anna devoted herself, body and soul, to healing the wounded and the sick. Every life saved was another small victory over the war. The conflict, however, raged on.
I don't believe I have, Lord. You want to hear what bothers me the most about the Great War? It's going to sound weird, but it just kind of clicked with me. It's how much sense it makes. It's so logical how the culture and technology and politics and just how all of it kind of collided with itself. Yeah, it was all so obvious in hindsight, of course, but yeah, inevitable is a perfect word for it. So many people went into the Great War thinking that it was just going to be another war, like so many others. War was such a non-stop common element of life leading up to the Great War, right? Everyone was like, yep, okay, we're going to do this and this, and then we're going to pull this, and then we're going to pull them to the negotiation table, and we're going to get this, this, and this. And it was just treated like another day, except it totally wasn't, because everything was in place for it to be different. And yeah, it was just chikonk, and then chikonk, and then chikonk. I don't know, Hazardous. How could I possibly know that? I wasn't even born yet, again. Thank you, Jesse's Mask. I will jot that down for a much happier game. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. We're in the Forgotten Land right now. Belgium, you can see it right there.
Ascoltalo.
Whoops, wrong button. Oh, we got a couple. Hang on. Nope, hang on. This is... Carl's alive. I caught sight of him flying a Zeppelin heading south. We're going looking for him again tomorrow with Anna and Freddy. Those freaking shells nearly did it for me. There's no way I'm giving up so close to my goal. Apparently the leader's called Von Dorf. I'm gonna get him. Everybody else are just pawns in this game, just like me. This morning in... I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. Von Dorf made us capture some scientist. The army's interested in his work, and apparently he'll help Germany win the war. Seems like a nice fellow, but it's hard to find out anything else about him. Von Dorf is keeping him closely guarded. Eep, that's it. Not a day goes by that I don't think about my Maria and my little Victor. I haven't seen them for 8 months now. I miss them so much. The bells over Paris started chiming at 4 p.m. this afternoon. It was eerie. Somebody in the street told me it was the troop mobilization in case Germany declares war. The situation is horrific here. Yesterday I was in my warm, cozy apartment, and now I'm in the depths of hell. There's so many dead and so many young lives lost. I managed to save one soldier this morning, but there are many others to tend to. Tomorrow I'll try to move closer to the front, so I can help those in most need. Most in need. Horse! There you go. We got a horse. We're good.
Hey, violon. Occupe la colonne.
Ah. Okay.
Hey, pardon. Je suis bon. Regarde.
We're about to saw someone's limb off.
Hey, oh, no, 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 no. Hey, touche-toi.
Yeah.
Ok. Va mieux. Allez, courage. Chut. Voilà, c'est mieux. Voilà. Courage, Nebo. Va mieux.
Je vous bénis, Adèle.
Tallow socks. Socks soaked in refined tallow and coated with formal. The most effective way to beat the cold, damp, frostbite, and other ailments. That at least was the adverts had people believe. However effective the socks were, the soldier's best friend was always a nice, dry pair. I did not, Asdus. It's actually new to me. I will tell you that anesthesiology really started getting going about this point in time. Mess tin with holes. Both dishes of this mess tin have holes in them. Not hugely practical for eating, perhaps, but life-saving for one soldier. The mess tin bag was worn at kidney height. When the shell exploded, this mess tin slowed down the searing hot shrapnel in flight, which, although it wounded the soldier, helped him live another day. Mess tins were blackened using smoke to prevent them from glinting in sunlight. I'm not going to think about this. Just in general. I was going to say, alcohol for the pain and a bit of wound. Yeah, anesthesiology kind of started getting on, like I said. One of the more common things was get some chloroform, which obviously causes its own issues, and then have fun. I forget when morphine was developed. I know morphine was developed as an offset. Yeah, I was going to get into opium. It's its own thing. See you in a minute.
Oi, monkey!
Oh, it totally has, Act. It's because Soma sucks! Anyways, alright, so.
I'm Simba.
Just kidding.
I'm gonna go young, I'm dead.
Right.
Oi, monkey!
Blade Traval, I believe, Drax, yeah. Yeah, no, Simon 3 is still sitting in that chair, waiting for his battery to run dry.
Freddy. Oi, monkey! Simba, ma vieille.
I mean, funerals have always been for the living, not the dead. Not just in terms of morale or some vague, you know, intangible thing, but also literally in terms of tangible problems, since corpses are problems for the living. Lice comb. In their journals, soldiers often recount losing war against lice and rats in the trenches. I don't want to think about that either. Apart from lice powder, the only other prevention against lice is this fine-toothed metal comb. Often when soldiers took leave behind lines, they were scrubbed down with hot water, their clothing boiled, or a new uniform issued. Yeah, what really weirds me out every time I study any form of history is how relatively recent hygiene, as we know it today, really is. Prussian soldier. My dear daughter, we are making headway through the French countryside. The landscape is beautiful. I'd much rather be enjoying it with you than killing people. I think of you all the time, your father, Wolfgang. Too damn many houses. I might give a plus for the hint system. It's completely optional, and it shows up periodically. Like, if you just wait, it'll show you the hints. It's a surprisingly interesting system for a puzzle game. And much less irritating than Psychonauts 2's, hey, here's the answer! Every, minute. I think you're on crack, Kay. Stop doing the crack, okay? Jesus Christ, Elvis. Here you go, buddy. I was studying a particular battle in the American Civil War. I'm not going to tell you the specific battle because it doesn't matter. It was a typical sort of thing, right? No, Triaxia. Here's the line. Here's the earthworks. Charge, fail, retreat. Okay? Now, if you're wondering the significance of why I'm bringing this up, the soldiers who charged and fell weren't necessarily dead. Because that's not how that works, like unless it was a particularly bad shot. So what would happen, there's a whole bunch of people left out here in the middle. In the heat, in the sun, in the summer, just laying there unable to move because of their injuries, and they can't get to them, and they're the enemy. Now I want you to picture that for a moment. I want you to picture just being stuck, lying in the heat, in the summer, in the sun, wounded, and just waiting for the end. Probably dehydrating to death before anything else. I am not talking about Gettysburg, no. Although I have actually been to Gettysburg and studied it as well. You're welcome.
The French officers were talking about Belgium. The German army was about to experiment with a new weapon near Ypres, Anna's hometown. Anna got en route to warn her father about the imminent danger. Reaching the outskirts of the city, Anna was greeted by the screams of sirens. The deadly gas was already here.
Dubbed Wipers by British troops due to its difficult pronunciation. The Belgian town of Ypres was a key strategic position during the war. A hub for road, rail, and canal networks, it became a target for sustained bombing from 1914. In 1915, the Germans even used chemical warfare on the town. By the end of the war, even the majestic cathedral and town center were nothing but ruins. In the wake of the technological advances of the early 20th century, the vast scope of this industrialized war brought developments in all fields: aircraft, submarine, dirigibles, and tanks. Great progress was made in the fields of medicine, surgery, medical hygiene, and radiology, thanks to Marie Curie's work, who took thousands of x-rays of the wounded.
Okay. Voilà, Sia. Pas mieux?
Merci.
A wooden top with a string, a common toy of this age. During the war, toys gradually became more war-based, although through board games, children would fight up famous battle while other items ridiculed the enemy. After the war, toys and games became more pacifist once more. Letter from a Scottish soldier. Hello, pal. I'm in the town of Ypres, in Belgium. Pretty wee town that must have been a bra before the war. The beer too any bad. I'd much rather be drowning ale with you, though, boy. I'm off to the front in 2 days. Take care of yourself. And say howdy do to the family. John McCormick. The kid has a gas mask.
Oh, petit maman.
I guarantee you World War II would have happened, regardless of French reparations. There's more nuance to it than just the reparations and the harshness of the reaction. In fact, part of the problem Okay, this is entering opinion territory, but part of the problem was that the reparations put upon Austria-Hungary and Germany were normal. If you actually look at several of the wars immediately prior to the Great War, you'll notice that there's a similar pattern of exactly how, you know, the losing side had to deal with it. It is, in fact, one of the reasons why several people specifically decided that after World War II, that system was no longer acceptable in order to prevent it from happening again. This is most noticeable in Japan and Germany. You know, it's funny, we're talking recently about how I can't just detach myself from a video game. Whether it's a good or a bad thing. Yeah, I think... There we go. Okay. So it's the only thing I can think of. Very true, Crazy Norse. There are, as usual, problems. It's okay, telegraph poles hazardous. Yeah, no. But no. The point is, I think World War II was inevitable. I really do. I don't think it was going to be stopped. What am I writing down? Right. That's what I'm writing down. Let's need to check something. The Cold War is a whole other thing. What the hell's vet mode? Yeah, well. Ah, well, okay. Lol, hazardous. Yeah, about that. Yeah, dude, you're dead. That we're getting better, Silver Mask.
Okay.
This is chlorine, specifically.
Courage, Allez.
Merci beaucoup.
The knob is all that remains of this walking stick. The stick has been carefully sculpted, a souvenir of the trenches. Unfortunately, a broken walking stick is of no use to anybody. I mean, we could argue if he could survive that, because Lord knows weirder things have happened in real life. And he was on the ground during a gas attack. But I think we can all just accept that this is a video game, and that's why he's still there. We don't need this to be completely realistic. curing. I was actually about to ask if chlorine gas is heavier than aeronon. On that, I think we're in agreement, Evo. Probably Crazy Norse, but then again, I wouldn't know. No, I know how to get past the gas. I'm trying to figure out where this coughing is coming from, but I think I'm just going to give up on it. Because I cannot tell where that noise is coming from. Bedpan. Latrines were generally housed outside in the yard of homes of all social classes, so during the night bedpans were used. In well-to-do households, servants were charged with emptying the pans. Fresh reminder, indoor plumbing is awesome. Good morning, period. Just a regular visit today? Question mark. Yeah, every time someone asks, would you ever want to live in... And it doesn't matter what you put after that, because it's always sometime in the past. My answer pretty much always means... or it's always going to be no. Abso-frickin-lutely not. I'll take living when I do. Thank you. Although I do think I was born at a very unique and... well, let me walk that back. A very appropriate time period for me. There we go. That's how I'm going to phrase that. I'm old enough to appreciate things like not having regular access to a phone or a computer or air conditioning. But I'm also young enough to be able to live in a time when I have access to those things. I mean, I get that it's there for immersion, Silver Mask. But in general, I think it only really works in very specific circumstances, which I don't think this is one of them. I feel like I should be able to do something here, but I guess not. Whatever. Okay. Hey, let me try something. Let me see if this is the really simple, stupid answer. If it's not, then we'll figure this out. Nope, it's not. Okay. I don't have that. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, too. 150 years ago is probably worse than 1,000 years ago. I mean, cities. The modern concept of cities. I saw a historian once try to, and I'm saying this very specifically, try to do a full dissertation on exactly what it was like to live in, you know, quote-unquote Victorian London. Thank you, Testenhauer. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards Crusader Kings 3, another interesting historical game. Well, I hope you get ones that actually work for you then, period. And that the blood work is going as well as it should be, period. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, okay. Oh. That's the hint? Okay, whatever. Back up. Back up. Yeah, it's my mother. Okay. Lure mom. Don't worry, we're just gonna leave her stuck in there forever. She'll be fine. Those people are stupid, village idiot. You might even say they're a village idiot. Oh yeah, she's fine. It's a regular thing, okay? But yeah, it's one of those little things. Usually it comes up in fiction, but that's because it was arguably true in real life. The idea that a people tend to become enough advanced to make everything worse before they become enough advanced to make everything better. And I think the Industrial Revolution is just that to a T. My opinion. A camera that captures 2 simultaneous images on glass plates, enabling relief images. Use of camera was relatively widespread because the device was so small and readily transportable. Oh, time to leave her to her fate. No, I'm joking. We're going to find something to help her out. And now we know we can do this. And I haven't really... Okay. Looked into the FF stuff. The Square stuff in general. I haven't even seen the Square conference yet. We're probably going to watch it live tomorrow because there's no way I'm going to have time to watch it today and get a video recorded. And everything else I need to get done today. And I also need groceries because I'm low on a lot of stuff. I mean, don't mistake me. I'd still rather live in the modern era than 500 years ago or 5,000 years ago. It's just interesting to think about. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna move on. So, obviously, the answer is in all these paintings. So, looks like 6 is second. 4 is first. So, 4, 6. 4, 6, 8. You got the thing. Well, I hope whatever Belgian scientist lived here hasn't been kidnapped by some evil German dude. That would suck. Chemical formula. This formula is the description of what happens to soldiers' lungs when they inhale chlorine gas. Chlorine gas reacts with water in the lungs to produce hydrochloric acid, creating horrendous burns. That's a good question, Crazy Norse. I'm not sure. I assume we'd qualify myself as a citizen of Rome one way or the other, so I don't have to deal with that problem. Is this a horror game? That's an interesting question. I'd either go with early Empire or Republic, I think, if I had to choose. Put a gun to my head. Well, that sucks. She's actually dead. Like, she's dead. I actually have a range in mind, but I'd have to look it up to figure out when that is. I don't remember off the top of my head. I really hope not, Evo. This feels scripted, though. Okay, where the hell is this stupid thing? Is it out here? Nope. Okay. The gas is coming from the bomb, which is right there. You can kind of see it in the debris up there. Or shells, or whatever you want to think of it as. Where am I supposed to use this stupid thing? War is bad. I don't know if you ever heard of that phrase before, but war is bad. How am I supposed to use this damn thing? See, now I'm getting irritable. It's like, I mean, obviously it's right there, but how do I... Okay. No hints available. That's a new one. Where's the well? Is there a... Oh, right. I actually completely forgot about this. What you're saying, Kay, is we should kill everybody. Got it. That's okay. Are you a Final Fantasy villain? You can tell me, it's okay. I'm not here to judge, really. That's a good question. What Final Fantasy character would I be? I look forward to hearing people's answers to that one.
Okay. Gracias. Allez, courage. Courage.
The governess revealed to her that her father, an eminent scientist, had been kidnapped by Baron von Dorf, who was eager to use scientific advances in warfare. Anna set out in pursuit of the Baron and encountered Emil and Freddy.
And Horatio.
Destiny brought them together. They had survived the enemy's wrath, their gunfire, bombardments, gas attacks. Now, with her father within reach, Anna wasn't going to let him slip away.
I mean, if I was Tifa, my streaming career would certainly take off a bit better. Well, then I have to be Sephiroth Savacom. Virgin Mary statuette and case. A case containing a statuette of the Virgin Mary, another example of trench art. To overcome their boredom, soldiers would set to work transforming anything that came to hand. Unexploded ammunition, empty cartridges, and shell debris were turned into day-to-day items and put to more pacifist use. The Zeppelin was effective at the start of the war, and in 1915, London suffered over 50 Zeppelin raids before the Royal Naval Air Service intervened. The craft's weak spot was obvious in its hydrogen-filled balloon. Hydrogen is lighter than air, hence its value to aviation. However, it's also highly flammable, and the slightest spark sent the craft plummeting spectacularly groundward in a ball of flames. Of the 92 craft used during the war, 68 were destroyed. By 1918, there were 20 million war wounded, all countries included. Roughly 70% of the injuries came from shrapnel, only 1% from bayonets. Facial injuries could result in having a jaw, nose, or eyes removed. But progress in surgery saved and patched up many victims of facial disfigurement and amputation, of which there were 200,000 post-war. I mean, honestly, if a video game accurately portrayed boredom, that'd probably be a bad thing. Freaking harder.
Oh, my God.
Allez, courage. Voilà, Sia. Courage, Nebo. Pas mieux. Allez. Voilà, Sia. Courage, Nebo.
Danke.
Albert!
Gequälgerte Aster dabei.
Yeah, exactly, Mono Brown. A gameplay negative. I think it was one of the only gameplay negatives we gave that game. Thank you, Osario Ace, as always. If you happen to know what you want to put that sub towards, please let me know. But thank you. I mean, apparently, Kay. Tell you what, I'll be an attractive male and female at the same time. I'll be Kuja. That's a spiked underside. What's up, boy? What's up?
Hey, oh! Hey! Well?
Ratio? Well, okay. That didn't work. Dark Souls 3. Okay.
Hey!
I give up. And death. Excellent. Good. Good. The one thing we need in this world is more death. That's it. Listen, I don't know what you're all on about. Fire's delicious. It's okay, Horatio. You got this.
Oui, bon chien.
I don't have to imagine that, Cordoon. Or, wait. Oops. Oh, whatever. Was that... Whatever. I was trying to get that thing next to it. Oh, he's dead. Alright, so I say we pack it up. Give him mercy killing. Or turn on an electric thing that puts him into horrific agony so we can leave him there forever. All in favor? Listen, some was a bad influence on me, what can I say? Dart. These darts were dropped into trenches, oh my god, from zeppelins or aircraft. Due to the velocity of the impact, their heavy tips were capable of piercing through anything between them and the ground, including helmets and soldiers' skulls.
Hey! Well?
Yeah, that got a wince out of me. That got a wince. Not gonna lie.
Eh oh! Vas-y, Walt. Bon chien.
Anna is from Paris, if I'm not mistaken.
Walt?
Wrong button.
Eh oh!
Oh my god.
Eh!
Oh, sorry, right. She started in Paris, she's from Belgium. My bad.
Walt?
Got it on the ricochet. Oh yeah, he's fine. Yeah, let's just kind of crush him a few times there. I mean, the reason there's a reason I put this game alongside the other horror games. I did it very much on purpose. German scum! I spit upon you for being born in a different place than me. How dare you not be born in the same geographical location as I am? Sniff my... I bite my thumb at you. Ugh. Alright, as much as I enjoy watching him suffer here, we need to get our sausages.
Allez.
I think it's actually Bug. Well, time to leave him to die. The end. Broken pistol. Broken P08, designed for German artillerymen. The P means parabellum, which refers to its 9mm ammunition. The word parabellum comes from Latin. CV, I don't know how to pronounce that. If you want peace, get ready for war.
Hé, vas-y, Walt.
There we go.
Courage. Courage, Nibo. Yes, viens. Allez. Voilà. Pas mieux. Allez, courage. Courage, Nibo. Karl! Papa!
Attends vite. Il est avec le général. Dave.
Yes, Crazy Norse.
Karl, tiens bon.
Walt. Allez, va. Va.
So anytime I use this to command the dog, it goes black and white. And sometimes it bugs, in which case it just does it wrong. Which is why that control negative is still there, because it's actually just buggy at times.
Non, Wiley. Well,
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, go, get out.
GG. No re.
Hey, Walt.
Yeah, I saw it, Cordoon. Sterilizing solution. Soldiers drew water directly from rivers and streams, but because of rats and decomposing corpses, river and stream water brought a major threat of disease. Soldiers used a variety of product to disinfect water before drinking it, but the best solution was to boil. Yep, Horatio is actually the main character. Always was.
allez, oui.
Yep, just a dog getting some dynamite. Nothing unusual here. Good boy. Sausages for you. Because the objectives to survive. That's a good question. So far, the objective seems to be centered around saving the fact that I forgot to ignite the dynamite. To save Anna's father from the German evil guy.
Allez, Walt. Oh, good boy.
Tank Buster dogs. What is this, Far Cry?
Yeah, boy. Good boy.
Walt, go now.
Hang on. Before we do that, something I want to do real quick. Die, Frenchie! Death to all the French. Forever. Because they were born in a French location. How dare they? See you around, Asorioes. Hopefully see you around. So now you can only poke in periodically. Remember, we put those VODs up on YouTube for a reason. Okay. So if we gotta get in the fire, that's actually gonna be a much harder angle to hit than I thought. So we're gonna shoot it right there. And it's not gonna bounce at all. Wow, okay. So back you go. We're just gonna get a pile of dynamite over there, just the whole thing, really. No, I'll do a rumination of it sometime. I quite literally have not had time to do a rumination. The only time I could have been doing a rumination, I was sleeping. I know y'all want me to work more, because everyone's constantly telling me to do more work. But Jesus Christ, at least let me sleep every now and again. God damn it. Really? Really? Thank you, Diabeepus, very much for the sub. I will jot that down for Morrowind.
Whoa.
Yeah, Lore 2's a bum, though. Nobody likes that guy. I'm actually Lore 15 myself.
Whoa.
And that is a bug right there. Yeah, we're just gonna make all the dynamite. That's just where we're at here. What's the hint say? Use the dynamite! I'm gonna stab you, game.
What?
Look, someday I hope to not need sleep, but I'm still working on that.
Oh, good boy.
Okay. We got this. There we go. I should probably not. Hi. We're cool. Everything's cool.
Go now.
Honestly, just having a good night's sleep in general would be nice. But, you know. That is the stuff of madmen.
Whoa. Whoa. Get away, boy.
Oh, I hate sleep. Such a waste of goddamn time. For me. Huge chunk of time I could do anything with. Nope. Gotta sleep. Waste of everything.
Merci, mon ami.
Well, that's a fun one. It's okay, we've still got dynamite, so we don't need more dynamite. What the hell is dry hair? Fever dreams of a madman is what that is. What's this do? Oh, okay. Cool. No! Just a little bit too slow on that. Bring me the dynamite, boy. Good boy. Good boy. Ratio is best boy. Grab some dynamite for the road. You never have too much dynamite.
Ça va.
Automatically act.
Emile?
Dun dun dun.
Victory had a bittersweet taste for Anna. Karl, seriously wounded, had been sent to a POW camp. Anna's father had disappeared with Baron von Dorf, and Emil was court-martialed for desertion. Cited for his bravery in Reims, Emil was fortunately pardoned and set free. Free to go back to the front.
Sweet. Best outcome.
February 21st, 1916. Winter had descended on the front. After joining back up with the army, Emil and Freddie were stationed near Verdun, suffering like many others from the harsh winter.
Verdun, front line
That
in
morning,
winter.
the arrival of the mail raised spirits, but Marie's letter did not bring good news. In Saint-Mihiel, food was scarce, disease was rife, and the number of dead was growing. Out of this grim news, however, there was one ray of light. A photo of his grandson, Victor, standing on both feet and learning to walk.
Don't worry.
All's quiet in the Western Front.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce cadeau?
It's fine, Crazy Norse. Nobody was gonna shoot me. Or here. No one's gonna shoot me. It's fine. How much luck can a guy have? There's this huge cathedral here. It makes me think of you. They sent me back to the army. It's not gonna make my search any easier. I was so frightened when I saw the Zeppelin crash today. Fortunately, Father wasn't on board because the Baron had already taken him away by aircraft. I managed to save Emil's son-in-law before they sent him to a POW camp. His legs were in critical state. I'll be going with him to make sure he's all right. As he grows, Victor's reminds me more and more of Karl. Not a day goes by without me thinking of him. The Germans are requisitioning all our crops. There must be food shortages in Germany. I managed to hide some for the next winter. I can't wait for this stupid war to end. June 21st, 1915. Supplying millions of men at the front with enough food was a logistical nightmare. The diet composed mainly of bread, rice, soup, and sometimes meat and dried vegetables. Food parcels from home were ambrosia for the troops. British soldiers had a ration of a pint of wine and a third of a pint of rum every day. One of soldiers' fatigue duties was to go behind the lines with the containers to fetch the company's rations. Sometimes food did not reach the front line, and infantrymen would go without food and drink for several days. In over 18 months of combat, the front had barely moved, as each side dug in and tried to claw back enemy positions. The war of attrition turned 1915 into the bloodiest year, and civilians became hugely affected too. By late 1915, shortfalls in human and food resources began to make themselves felt, while ammunition shortages were especially problematic. Invented in 1874, barbed wire was already a common feature of trench protection in battle. With the Great War's onus of trench warfare, it became widespread. Thousands of tons were deposited in no man's land. Both sides sought tools and strategies to overcome barbed wire, such as grappling irons and wire cutters. Intensive bombardment was deemed to be the most effective method, and the tactic became widespread. Dead soldiers putrefying on barbed wire remains one of the enduring images of the war, a powerful symbol of its violence. Triggered by the Germans at dawn on February 21st in the aim of penetrating Allied lines, the battle lasted 300 days. Some key positions changed hands several times before the French finally prevailed. The Battle of Verdun produced the highest concentration of casualties, with 600,000 killed over 61 square miles, aka 1 death for every 311 square yards. Britain had 6 war medals, the most issued of which were the British War Medal, the Victory Medal, the 1914 to 1915 Star, and the 1914 Star. 6.6 million British War Medals were issued, 5.7 million Victory Medals, 2 million 1914 to 1915 Stars, and 365,000 1914 Stars. A combination of the Star, Victory Medal, and War Medal were very commonplace, over 2.5 million trios issued, earning the nickname Pip, Squeak, and Wilfred, after the popular cartoon characters in the Daily Mirror, a dog, a penguin, and a rabbit, respectively.
Non, toi, pas prétend. Hey, right.
Anna's back at the POW camp right now, taking care of a meal. And there's just an infinite array of men in line for food. By food, I mean a loaf of bread. Yep.
Hey, sur de l'air, t'as pas bon?
Apparently taking care of Carl. Man, I can't keep these names straight. Taking care of Blondie. Instead of Grey-y or American-y.
Se manque la sangue.
Yep, I already have that sock, thank you. It's covered in flies, apparently. Flies. Let's poke our head above the trenches. That sounds like a good idea. Days in the trenches were long, and to overcome their boredom, soldiers would play cards, read, write, and create objects from materials they found. Germans played scat, the French manille. The Allies brag or pontoon, among others. Well, no wonder the Great War was so terrible. Nobody was playing poker.
Hey, t'es malin? T'es malin? Hey, sur de l'air, t'as pas bon?
Fine, what's the second hint? Yeah, no, I thought so. I need to do it here. No, act. I've stayed a lot of wars in my life, but none have hit the same way. Well, I did that earlier. Didn't seem to work. So I guess we'll wait to see if my just timing was bad. Oh, it was very brutal. Most wars are brutal, though, so that's just... There we go. Just had to wait for the right offset. Clean sock. There's a luxury. I've also studied the American Civil War several times. Spanish-American War. 30 Years' War. Oh God, I don't even know how many. I've studied a lot of wars. Tobacco case. Tobacco case made from shell casing. Empty munitions were often recycled. Some exploded shell materials were already aesthetically interesting. Otherwise, soldiers would rework their finds to create handy items. Tobacco was precious, so soldiers were eager to keep it dry. Many accounts from the trenches express soldiers' appreciation of Christmas cigar, a special festive treat for the troops. See you around, Evo. Have fun, not sneezing. For Christ's sakes, you're so damn picky. Fine. Here's your dry, clean sock. Franco-Prussian War, that's another fascinating one. You ever want to study why the railway is important? Franco-Prussian War. Yeah, actually, yeah, and the American Civil War, too. The rail was important to both of them. There's also the Great Northern War, while we're on the subject. Which one, DJT? The first coalition? The second coalition? The third coalition? The fourth coalition? I tried a few times, Uthor. Let's try it again. Like, I tried to interact with the 10 and he just did the thing. Like, watch. See? That's usually the you are missing something thing. Let's just wait 28 seconds. Yeah, but I can't get in line to get bread. The line is infinite. Maybe. Yeah. Like, I cannot get in line to get bread. See what happens if I just follow this guy. He just goes off into the background. Right, I forgot to actually hit things, so let's see if that helps something. Oh. Alright, what's the hit? Use the tin with the bird. I'm gonna stab you. Horatio can't interact with anything here. Otherwise there would be a pop-up. Get the dog to get the bread. Okay, I'm gonna be real, that would have never occurred to me. But apparently that is the solution. Oh my god. And of course, everyone's cool with the dog stealing a bit of bread, because it's a dog. Good boy. That's hysterical. That would have never occurred to me.
My dearest daughter, I heard from Carl. His condition is stable. He is still in the prisoner camp south of Reims. I hope to finally get permission to visit him. Thank you for the photo. It means so much to me.
Helmet with holes in it, filled with coal and wood used as a brazier. The item would have afforded some protection from the cold. Although helmets were made of metal, they only offered scant protection from bullets. Nah, nothing interesting ever happens in Verdun. Hi, Baron. Oh, Jesus, I couldn't even see where that was happening. Watch the ground a little more carefully this time. Best video game dog? I mean, we know missile's the answer to that question, but I can't explain why. The answer's missile. Also Horatio. Yes, really, the dog from this game is pretty damn legit. Missile is from a game called Ghost Trick. I will not explain anymore because it really is spoilers. Why? You had your goddamn mind? Why? Hey, Lieutenant Leroy. This game is pretty damn good so far, I'm gonna be honest. Because he said so. That really doesn't answer the question. Oh, right, right, right. Dog from Half-Life 2 is a decent dog, but also isn't a dog. I'd also say Dog Meat from Fallout 3 is a good boy. Despite the fact that he died within literal seconds of me getting him. No, I'm never forgetting that. I need to order lunch. Give me one moment, please. I'm actually really low on groceries at the moment, so I'm kind of having to order out. Yes, Barkamond is a pretty good dog, too. While we're on the subject. Yeah, there's only two types of video game dogs. There's the goodest of boys, and then there's the devil. Not like a devil thing. No, I mean like the devil. You play Dark Souls, they're the devil. You play Call of Duty, they're the devil. Play anything else, they're the goodest of little boys. Hang on, where was it? I already decided what I was getting today. So we'll be chopping off for lunch whenever this shows up, is generally the idea here. If it'll... God sakes, I hate how disorganized this is. You'd think good app design, good interface design would be something that people would learn. But I guess that takes time and effort and money, and nobody has any of that. Right? Nobody has time, nobody has effort, nobody cares. Why bother? What's the point? Clearly I should just get, you know, Cold Stone. That'll be my lunch. You know, Mr. Red, so I've known quite a few people in software development in my years, and I still do to this very day. And I know with total certainty that there are at least a few people out there, a few companies out there, where the developers will go out of their way to make the product they're working on worse in order to keep their jobs. That's not a joke. Like, I sincerely believe that the reason why Twitch and YouTube get a little bit worse all the time is because of that. Like, in terms of the interface and the functionality. So, who knows? There we go. I don't know why this wasn't showing up. I do like the timestamp. It's a good thing. Yeah, exactly, Mockingbirds. It's just... It's one of the funny things. This actually affects game development, too. Do you know that? It's been true since the 70s, so this is nothing new at all, that if you're... that what most commonly happens is a game development company will hire a bunch of developers, get to a certain point, 53 minutes from now, Huthor, about 1 o'clock, get to a certain point of development, and then fire a huge chunk of that staff, and then push the product out the window. I can't be the only one who has a problem with that. Right? Like, that can't just be me. That can't just be me. Surely, surely, surely. You know, honestly, that's a good damn question, Hazardous. I don't have an answer to that. The answer I would give, if you just, you know, put me on the spot right now, is I'd say ignorance. That the people in charge of deciding that don't know what those people are working on. And so they just see that they're working and we're good. Let's see, I can get sesame seed, I can get garlic, or Romano. Let's do sesame. I like sesame. Hey, they have Hawaii. I'm getting pizza. They have Hawaiian pizza. Which I will not be getting. It's okay, they have something worse than Hawaiian pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Who the hell would get chicken bacon ranch? My God. Don't answer that. Lots of people like ranch. Like, lots of people. Oh yeah, ranch on pizza is more common than you'd think. Also barbecue sauce. You're probably thinking, what's wrong with barbecue sauce? No, 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 no. I'm not talking about good barbecue sauce, like the kind you'll have on barbecue. I'm talking bad barbecue sauce, like the crap you'll get on a Sloppy Joe. Ranch is a combination of 7? 11? Different flavors kind of mixed together, and I hate it. And also I'm allergic to it, but those are two unrelated things. Yeah, exactly. Budget barbecue sauce. You know the difference. You know what I'm talking about. Because I didn't know this until relatively recently, probably about 15 years ago. Because, like, I always assumed barbecue sauce was the crap stuff. Because that's what I usually had access to, right? It wasn't until years later that I discovered that there was such a thing as good barbecue sauce. And it was like, oh, this is actually pretty legit. Like, you go to the grocery store and you get the crap, right? You get the crap barbecue, and that's just, ugh. It's garbage. Gabbage. They have gluten-free pizza. Holy crap. How is that a thing? I'm not even mad. I'm honestly curious. How is that a thing? No, Crazy Norse. No, the closest thing we have to a national thing here would actually be smoking. As in the cooking style of smoking. Yes, ranch is a sauce. I feel like I already said that. I'd look it up, but I'm kind of busy, and I'm trying to speed this up as much as I can here. There we go. Okay. Back into it. Sorry about the delay. Okay, well, so I got lumber. What? Hey, there's lumber. Yeah, I caught that. Thanks. No. Black pepper sauce. That's where it's at. Officers' whistles. Officers were issued with whistles to signal the soldiers when to charge. The sound of the whistle became synonymous with the journey into the unknown when soldiers surged out of the trenches into no man's land. I can throw it. Petition denied, Act. I spit upon your petition. Patooey! Okay. No, Crazy Norse. I ordered out. Or ordered in. Whatever. Food will be showing up at some point in the future. Letter from a Tunisian soldier. 21st of February, 1916. Dear father, dear family, I am cold. The land we are defending is frozen and covered in snow. The ground is so iced up it is harder than rock. We cannot dig. The cold is so intense my hands are burning. I hope everything's fine back in the village and you're still receiving half my pay. Tell me if you aren't. Ahmed. See you around Testenauer. Have a good one.
Archie!
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to picture what that would be like. Clearly, this is the answer. Damn. Okay. I mean, the whole point of Blackadder was to try... I mean, it's... British TV does this, I've noticed, semi-frequently. Like, it's like, Oh, what's the name of that damn show? The one about British Parliament. Like, it's supposed to be a comedy, but it's just really close to real life. And that's the point. Yes, Minister, that's the one. That is pretty strange, Kemek. But not as strange as pineapple. I mean, who would actually eat pineapple on pizza? That's just ridiculous. I actually tend to lean towards British comedic styles in general. Okay. So I think that's it, so we're going to go ahead and do the ramping. Oh. I'm joking anyways. There's nothing wrong with liking pineapple on pizza. My own niece loves pineapple on pizza. Okay. Now we're playing Worms. Wonder if something messed up. So there was this specific type of shot that they would load into cannons during the American Civil War. The way it worked was the shot was actually a hollow case filled with bullets and sulfur. If you don't get it, the point is it would land and then shatter, like scatter to everything else, and just shoot everyone nearby. But because of how vague and indirected it was, it usually wasn't lethal, which was actually worse. Okay. There we go. Yep, rule of 3 still applies. Please. One of these days I'm going to ask Horatio to pick up an explosive, which you'll notice I've done like 20 times now. And it's going to get him killed, and I'm going to be really upset about that. Thank you, Ciela. As always, I will put that towards the Killzone trilogy, which I think is on the list. No, I do not want to know that, Mockingbird. If you tell me that, I will morrifically kill you. Yeah, you heard me right. Morrifically. You don't want to know. Well, I accept. Nope, nope. Go ahead. Go off. Oh, I already have it. listen. All I remember of that movie is I hated it so much that I don't remember much of it. I'm dead serious. I don't remember much about the movie. I really didn't like it. I have not, Triaxia, no. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. Hey, Horatio, could you not... Okay.
Yes, you are.
Oh boy. Continue being alive, Horatio. That's your job. Yeah, I'm struggling to wrap my brain around the idea of artillery being useless. Like, in virtually any era of warfare. I mean, trebuchet. Catapult, for that matter. Let's kill some people. Preferably not all those houses out there. Yeah, where's the target? Where? Oh, okay, it's above some trees. 3 trees. 3 trees. 3 trees. That's not the right information, but there's only 3 trees, so... Alright. Where's the 3 trees, though? No, whatever. Whatever. Windmill it is. And I'm in. Aiming method, admittedly. Thank God I don't have to do the reload each time, am I right? That would be irritating. I wonder what happens if I... Nope. Whatever. Now I'm just irritated. There's the 3 trees. And that item right there is right of the windmill. So where the hell do you want me to shoot? What do you want from me, game? This is the first time in the entire game I've been legitimately lost on a puzzle. Instructions unclear. Yeah, east of the windmill, north of the friggin' trees. That's what I've been aiming for. Oh, hang on. So let's just start here.
Precision cannon firing enabled Freddy and his regiment to reach the rear line unharmed.
Bravo, Freddy! Emil, thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah, that
The
had to be a
military
little bit too
hierarchy
pixel perfect there.
Heard of their feats in battle and decided to decorate the 2 friends for their bravery. Emil received good news from Anna. Carl was recovering nicely. He was even walking again. Meanwhile, the battle for Verdun only grew longer and bloodier. The death toll was staggering, 70,000 per month. Almost 1 Frenchman and 1 German every minute, and it went on for 10 months, day and night. May 8th, 1916, Emil's squad was sent on a mission to take back Fort Douaumont, a strategic point in the German defense.
Yes, sir. Come on, Emil.
Was Somme where the French bled white? Or am I thinking of something else?
What? What?
It'll be fine. Nice place. That's impressive. Anything that's bad tracks you. I think there'll be a story negative in any other game.
Hey, what?
There we go. Buffers? Buffers? And we're dead instantly. Oh yeah, no, the mid-mission checkpointing is nice good. Or nice good? It's nice good!
What? Hey.
Stop him, puppers. No matter the cost.
Even? Hey, what?
Kill. Fort Douaumont. Douaumont was one of the symbols of the Battle of Verdun and was exploited by both camps for propaganda purposes. The Germans seized the fort in February 1916 before it was seized back by the Allies in October of 1916, with heavy losses. In the meantime, the fort was damaged by a huge explosion which killed almost 800 Germans inside. Rather than the work of some valiant heart, the explosion was caused by a neglected stove. The ensuing fire spread to the petrol and ammunition supplies. Flamethrowers. The Germans were the first to use flamethrowers in an assault on a previously held position in July of 1915. Although the attack was expected, the use of the weapon came as a surprise and caused a large number of casualties. Its psychological impact was huge, but British troops soon learned to cope with the slow-moving operatives lugging heavy equipment and did not adopt the weapon themselves.
Emil! Hurry up!
You know, that's all you ever tell me to do, buddy. Typical American, I swears. I mean, it's a German dog. But that's a ratio, yes. An empty wooden chest used by luggage used as luggage by a German soldier. Suitcases were not widespread, and poorer soldiers left to war with their affairs in a knapsack or in wooden crates. Hi, Unicorn. What's up? I was gonna say Unicorn. That's okay with you. I mean, they're already using landmines here, I think. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. At some point in human history, people started using landmines. I can say that definitively.
What? Hey, what?
top 28 hasn't existed for years at this point. As of right now, it's actually really easy to figure out what my top 28 are. All you have to do is go to the review page of the website, sort by golden number, and the top 28 are it. I was actually just wondering that, Trihexia. Like, really?
What? What?
Okay. I'm actually curious what it would be right now. Hang on. Let's see. Let's try my top 5. What are my top 5 games right now? Let's see here. I suppose that's fair, Darth Tyrant. So anything with the coffee label automatically doesn't get that, although you have to dig pretty far down to get to the coffee label. Smash is the highest one at 116. But yeah, so we've got Portal 2, Metroid Dread, Mega Man 11, God of War 3, Psychonauts 2, God of War 2, Plague Tale Innocence, Mega Man 5. I keep going. Hat in Time, Tales from the Borderlands, Portal 1. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Something will probably beat Portal 2 at some point. I don't know what or when. But something. Can I just switch to him? No, of course I can. Alright, fine. Let's do the distraction. No, puppy! Puppy, no! Oh, thank God. He's okay. Once again, our control switches to whoever the Horatio is at, so... I'm starting to think we're actually playing Horatio here. It's getting more and more likely the more of this I see.
Good boy.
Dude, Plague Tale is legit, Kamek. I hope you enjoy it.
Hey, whoa.
There you go. Wow, that was awful.
Whoa,
Hey,
go
could you
now.
give me another one, please? What about 14, DJT? MMOs are different.
Oh, yeah. That's my boy.
I mean, my favorite game of all time is WoW, but that's cheating.
Whoa, go. Get out of here.
Earlier, yes, Baron.
Whoa. Get out. Is that? Rotating foot.
And we're dead.
Hey, whoa. Tating. Hey. Oh, good.
I just like getting shot. That's really all it is. It's a sickness.
Oh. Tating.
German rings. An iron ring bearing the inscription Gold gab ich für Eisen, offered in exchange for some precious item as part of a program to finance the German war effort. I'm not going to answer that, Baron. We talked about it earlier. Oh, that's not what you were asking. Never mind. Yes, but no. I mean, I've talked about this before. There's a weird paradox in being fascinated with war history. Because it's, you know, it's war history.
Whoa, go now. Whoa, get out. Whoa.
Like, it's dark and horrible and terrible and awful and terrible and horrible and awful. Lord knows I'm not exactly the only person who's fascinated by it. Well, boss battle. Careful, careful, Horatio.
Get out.
That's a new one. Okay.
Get away.
Vorwärts, Sauhaufen! Kein Pardon! Los, 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 los!
What he said. Always take some dynamite for the road. Very important.
Kavime! Nach der Wurzeln! Knibbern die Wurzeln! Schwupp ab, der
Well, not what I wanted to do. How can you be a pile of pigs? I mean, he's got the chops for it, Asmus. Doggo's fine. Here. Doggo is safe. As Doggo should be. Horatio's fine. No! Dynamite for the road. Like you do. I'm still ignoring the ratio. I should stop complaining about that, because at some point they're just going to murder him, and I'm going to be really upset about that. Whoop, yeah, nope, nope, give me that, give me that. Good boy.
Was ist da los? Parole!
Dun dun dun.
Ronald.
Komm, komm, komm!
Well, now it's an escort mission, and a boss fight, against the most terrifying weapon of all. A Bond villain. What in the hells? Okay. Really? Now you want... Okay. I say you just left me back here. What? I feel like my American friend, who is probably like half a mile that way at this point, needs my help. No worries, I can definitely hear him from this great distance. The French are always here to kill people. I mean, it's 1915, Hazardous. What do you expect? What? The blueprint for Anna's father's latest invention, a 4-stroke engine. That's a machine. What on earth is it? Ah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, probably Hazardous. That would track. I'm here, my great American friend. Fear not, or I will kill everything in your way. Or my way. Its way? Look, it's a lot of death. All the death. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Not what I was going for, but that's okay. That's okay. Nope, still wrong. Alright, hang on. It's okay. It's okay. I'll get this eventually. This is harder to do than it looks like, okay? Listen. We'll get this. And he's dead. All is well with the world. The American died. Ramirez! God damn it! Oh, no, that's the angle. That. What? Wait, I have to do that multiple times? I was just chilling because I figured I did it. And he's dead. Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. It kind of does look orky, doesn't it? I don't know, Mike Kamano. We all know how accurate your eyes are. Might want to double check. Yeah, if this thing was red... Well, it started smoking, I noticed, Baron, so... I'm thinking I was actually... I had hit it. Come on. can't be dead. He laughs too much. Now they're all dead. And there you go. That's what actually happened.
Despite the fort's partial destruction, the Germans held their position. The mission was a failure.
Okay, I hate to rules lawyer, but no, it frickin' wasn't. We succeeded at that crap. Thank you very much. That's probably a good cutoff point. The pop... Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know if I can take that. Hang on. Okay. So... Wow, that'd be like a ton of bricks. Yeah, Flanders Fields. Anyways. Yeah, no, lunch is in a couple of minutes, and by which I mean right now. Let me jot some stuff down here. And update the HUD. As a reminder, don't forget to get your guesses in. If you want to be part of the guessing game, if you don't, that's okay. But if you do, you can guess what you think the golden number for the game is going to be. And the person who's closest gets to put free interest towards a game of their choosing. Oh, how long the break is. So usually I take an hour, but because I'm running a little bit behind right now, by a little bit I mean way too damn much, because news this week has been kicking my ass, I'm going to go ahead and just eat and then come back from break whenever I'm done eating. So, however long that takes. So, I will see you all whenever I'm done.